The Tokyo Type Directors Club was established on December 17, 1987. Since 1990, we have been holding the International Award, Tokyo TDC Annual Award, every year, focusing on typography and typographic design. The accomplishments will be shown at the TDC exhibition, and the design forum TDCDAY will be held, featuring the works of the award winners. We also publish a design yearbook. These activities are carried out with the support of the members introduced here. In October of last year, we received a total of 3,750 entries from 1,903 overseas and 1,947 inside Japan for the Tokyo TDC Annual Award 2021. 122 works, including the award-winning works selected from them, are exhibited at the TDC exhibition at the Ginza Graphic Gallery. This year, the exhibit will be open from April 1st and will be open until May 29th. This exhibition graphic was designed by Jianping He. Currently, Jianping He's solo exhibition, Daydream Jianping He, is being held at the SeaWorld Culture and Art Center in Shenzhen, China. I received a message from the site, so I would like to share it with you.
感谢东京 TDC 邀请我设计今年的展览主形象。1年多的疫情改变了我们的生活，也令我们失去了很多欣赏展览的机会。设计师们大多在自己的工作室中度过了一段压抑的时光。小小的工作室中，只有自己的思绪才是自由的。我将东京 TDC 展览的 context 用最熟悉的 Helvetica 字体一式3份打印在 A4 的白纸上。文字打印在白纸上都是设计师最基础的设计元素。我用手工将这些纸裁成细条，通过用手的摆动，将平面的字增加立体的形态。手工的加入为图形带来了乐趣，是电脑无法做到的。这种和电脑有差异化的设计是手工的魅力，正是人的温度。谢谢。
So this year, we have been carrying out many endeavors this year amidst the challenges from COVID-19. There were also works that we were selected as a response to our challenges under this unusual and unprecedented situation. This year, too, we will not be able to host the award ceremony in Tokyo. And TDC Today, which features the award-winning works, will be on YouTube with a compilation of videos sent by the award winners. TDCDAY is co-sponsored by the DNP Cultural Promotion Foundation. It consists of presentations by 12 winners and accompanying messages by guests. We would like to once again extend our thanks to everyone who joined us for this occasion. The Tokyo TDC Annual Award 2021, the book design prize goes to Gabriel Kuri, Sorted Resorted. OKRM, Oliver Knight, Rory McGrath, and Gabriel Kuri from OKRLM will be giving the presentation. And after that, I would like to introduce a message from Art Director Naomi Hirabayashi.
I mean, maybe it's nice to start by just talking a bit about the show.
I thought, and I discussed with the curator, why don't we organize the exhibition a little bit like if we were to throw away all of the works included, we would have to put them into different sections. One, paper, another one, construction materials, another one, plastic, and another one, metal. And then apart from those 4 sections, there was one that's also in the book in which we introduce the logic of the exhibition, which is the logic of sorting. So we thought there are a number of works in which where somehow the theme about them is ordering principles, is sorting, is like, you know, having a number of particles and then ordering them with a certain logic. To sort, means to not just to classify, but also to somehow to arrange, to solve, to and then resorted. Resorted. I wanted to introduce a word that put that in motion, precisely because sorted means like, you know, you're sorted, that's it. And I thought, no, that's not it. I mean, we sort in order to resort, and that's really where the question starts looping,
So spatially, I guess, in the creation of work, that's understood. And then in the creation of an exhibition, that's also understood, in that you're very active in that discourse of like, then how do we place these works within a new condition of that space and start to deal with the special conditions and therefore the opportunities of spatial arrangement and making a sense of total kind of artwork, which a title like that suggests.
I still think that exhibitions are in fact a very relevant form of address.
100%.
And it's, in many ways, it's an opportunity to kind of reconsider the work and almost represent it in a new, giving it a new light.
Of course. For instance, I'm someone who likes to have suddenly like a big gap in the room that probably other people would feel like, oh, I can put a piece there. But somehow I like to activate the others sometimes by this kind of broken rhythm, and this is when, you know, making an exhibition becomes, of course, a form in its own right. It's not about, you know,
yeah, exactly. It's a condition and it's a space, and then space is also a content and the relationship between things or opportunities. And because I think this is where we find a lot of common ground in terms of our discourses and practices, because we're really interested in, this is part of the foundation of our practice, is really it's spatial. Like everything we design really considers the space and the condition of as very much part of the approach, especially when it comes to the form of the book. Like the way you consider an exhibition space a kind of total work in itself, and therefore the absence of content is as important as the presence of content.
I think in that respect, it was, you know, you kind of presented us with a gift in terms of how we would respond to your work in the form of the book. If you'd chosen like chronology as a way of distributing, I think the book object would have been kind of leaning towards something which is very flat. But this kind of very rounded concept that you have gave us this opportunity to explore structure.
Exactly, that's
within the form of the book.
I think what Oli just said is very important. The fact that the exhibition was conceived in such a way and not as a chronology gave you the opportunity to consider the book as a space, so that we, you know, ended up with this. And there's something about the tactility and the way that you travel, through the different sections by these physical devices that I think it's only because of how the exhibition was conceived that we felt this is a way.
We had, in our case with you, we have this passion for materiality, this kind of, and an interest in how materials speak and how we can communicate with them as a content. But working with you and having a very strong conversation makes us very aware of that, almost like our senses become more heightened. So
I guess it kind of channels our thinking into, and you use this word too, but this more didactic way of thinking and presentation. I mean, it was also present in the first book that we made together for the South London Gallery. I think, we have to mention that book because it actually informed the way we worked here a little bit, in the sense that you're representing the work. We're kind of borrowing some of those ideas and
the word didactic is of course important, but suddenly when you were saying this, I thought, what I aim in my work and I know that you guys, to some extent, even in different ways and with different formats and situations, you also strive for precision. You know, you want to be precise, and that, in a sense, can equate to being didactic.
I think
because you want to show, you want to show something with a lot of clarity and with a very strong sense of direction. You know, it's precision. However, it's not like a conventional message that we want to put through. We do want to be precise about it. And what it is that I want to say with one work, sometimes I cannot exactly articulate, or some people may find it difficult to agree. However, I would always hope that my work comes across as being precise. Like, there is a way to do it, one way to do it clearly, and that is what I really want to get to. And I think in that sense, we both wanted the same, because you want that in your books, and I want that in my work.
I think there's there's something else going on though, which is also a subversion of precision. So I think that, for instance, on the cover of the book, there's this kind of almost like diagrammatic quality, which in a way you could say is precise, but another way is completely unprecise, you know, in relation to the ideas in the book, because it starts to oversimplify. It starts to make it too precise. And therefore, in the same way as the idea of the show having this absurd interest in precision of the materials, it starts to also use precision as a kind of an opportunity for tension with something very unprecise.
You only just said it. Precision and absurdity, they can very well go together.
In the same way as the first book in 2011, 2012, there's this exposed binding, right? Which, so the whole thing is, in a sense, you're highlighting how it's constructed. But we also know that over time, this will start to kind of start to age in an interesting way. You know, the front and the back will be protected, the edges, you know, not as much. But we also, one of the conceits, or the, let's say, brief aspects that you were specific about, is to make sure that the book would be able to be withstand use, be quite functional, not too fragile. So it kind of takes on, it also informs a lot of the way in which the book starts to be very durable, lots of lamination, lots of protection. And
which I think only comes from understanding the material. You know, understanding the binding, understanding, you know, the glue and the way that certain papers are better for, you know, performing certain functions. And, you know, we had to put these sheets of different paper to begin with in each section, you know, the paper section, the metal section, etc. So, of course, we had to consider not just the idea of, okay, now we have a metallic page, but how it is that it will be bound into the book, so that the thing remains round and solid, and will last over time.
Exactly.
So you have to actually not impose, but in fact listen to what how the material behaves.
Yeah, it's also, I think, the kind of this very structured design with these kind of die cut areas. It kind of invites a kind of specific behavior from the viewer as well. So how should someone look at this book? And one of the things I like about it most is that it's not really one of those books you just flick through, because it's kind of very neatly organized into 4 sections.
True.
You leaf through each page with the section in your hand. So it's kind of also we're thinking very much about how the ergonomics of the book inform the viewer's behavior.
It has almost that kind of didactic precision of like a children's book, where like you have like huge numbers or letters, and it's your thumb. It's not so much your reason and the fact that you understand how to travel through a book, but you see that square, and you stick your thumb and you pull the page and it appears.
How do you feel that this book kind of enters into a kind of canon, in terms of art books?
Well, I'm not sure that I have a lot to say of how I feel it enters the canon. There's one thing about exhibition catalogs, if we want to think of this as an exhibition catalog, that I've always loved to think of, and it is to get as involved as possible to create a book that, on the one hand, is fulfills its function of being the memory of a period, of an exhibition, of a thought, of an exercise, and really does fulfill that. And on the other, has a real value in its own right. Like, someone will pick it up in 5 or 10 years, and it will not just be that memento. This was a very good example of a way of working in which we're very involved. I have to say, even talking to you shed some interesting light as to how to conceive the exhibition itself. So it was more than just like, how do we make a book that, will accompany the exhibition? So in that sense, I would like my book, or our book, to become to belong to this lineage of books that aspired to, yes, function as exhibition catalogs, but to be more than that.
Yeah, but I think,
and it can be done. It can be done. There are different ways to do it, but it definitely can be done.
Mm-hmm. It's a very good point, because I think as much as it seems obvious for a book to kind of echo or add to the concept of an exhibition, it's not done that often in a really successful way. I think too often exhibition catalogs are used as a kind of documentation of something, rather than being like a kind of conceptual equivalent. And I think that's something that we all together achieve.
That's a very good point. And again, this only comes in case there is, of course, a bond of trust between designers and the artist, and also a willingness to take certain risks together. That is also super important, I think, in books.
I think the risk, but I think personally, I think that the risk as well and the confidence of that comes from an understanding of the canon. And what I mean by that is the culture of these kind of books that you explained, these kind of objects which talk about more than what's in them as content. I think it's about doing everything at once. It's this sense again of this kind of it's a game of history, and in a sense like a game of understanding how to use like modernism. I mean, the typography in this book is explicitly and didactically modernist. As in its typography circa 1960 Switzerland. On purpose, with a very specific cut of Helvetica that was made extinct in, stopped being sold in the 90s, which has a slightly different weight to, Helvetica Neue, or a new Helvetica that's maybe more designed for the screen. So in a sense, there's like historical tools being used and adopted, which give a certain feel, but then they're contrasted immediately with something, an attitude or an approach to design or composition that wouldn't have been possible in that time.
So I think also when it comes to, how institution directors and people who make exhibitions can gel, with the production of all these tools of visual communication, I think it has to do with many things, many coincidences, let's say, but also it has to do with the understanding of the means of production, the understanding of techniques. What do you make with them? I remember, you were saying that before it could not have been possible to compose pages in that way. It would have been very hard. It's of course a gift that we have it now, and we're able to do that. But also very, very easily, you can see not very good design, just going like completely bananas about that, and that's all that you feel.
Like we were lucky, like Ollie said, like we have the opportunity here to like be part of a very like captivating and exciting conversation. So you kind of also motivate. It's very, very motivating.
Of course, a good book designer just potentiates what the content hopefully already has. It's like a good curator. Excellent curators very often have a very light hand. They ask the right questions, they do the right things, but they're not like hugely imposing in their voice. And that is, of course, great curating. I think also very good book designers, they understand what is good about the content and they make it better.
What technology offers us nowadays is also in relation to book design is the opportunity to be super economical with the design. The actual graphic design, or what most people consider the graphic design of the book, is very fast, actually, in this book, in terms of typesetting, laying type, putting images on page. So, in a way that takes away a huge amount of pressure and therefore frees up time to then have an open mind. I mean, it's the same if you're, I guess, within a contemporary art practice, or fine art practice, if you were a painter that really required a lot of time to make paintings, for example, and that, you would really only be able to discuss maybe painting, because, that's really what it is you do with all the time. I guess when you're working with a kind of precision, it means you also have a lot more time to open up your mind to discourses and meaning and how to, in a way, design ideas alongside, the production of an actual artwork.
Yes.
Which is also, I never really hear being discussed, actually, the economy of time, in relation to art.
That's a very good point. And you said it very clearly, because there were not, we didn't need huge acrobacy when it came to design, then, we had the time and the space to focus on the important bits.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, I think we covered that.
Very good.
I'm going to stop.
Congratulations.
The 2021 TDC Book Design Award is Sorted, Resorted. The designers are the two, OK and RM. This book is a catalogue of the exhibition held under that name by artist Gabriel Kuri in Belgium. I actually myself really like this artist, Gabriel Kuri. So when this book came out, before even thinking about the design of the book, it was simply a catalogue of an exhibition of an artist which I could not attend, which is why I had purchased it. And coming from the same profession in various areas, there was an area where this book got to me. So when I saw this at this judging committee, I actually thought immediately that this will win the award. Gabriel Kuri is an artist whose work comprises of extremely complex elements. But at this exhibition, intentionally, he classified that with 4 materials, which is a very simple cut. And the concept of this catalogue also lies in there. On this side, there is the index separated to the 4 materials, and when you look at this bottom part, there is an index on a different cut. And in the index where you can access the materials, they've used a form close to that image of the material. So for example, on the metal page, this kind of metallic paper is used, and for the construction material page, I think this is Typeface, but they use image close to that material. And what I thought was really good was especially this bottom solid shape and this index part of the materials. If it were us, we would put an English letter as it shapes the design. So would add the name of material in English. But when there is already an index, by purposely not including the text information, but instead through visual or haptic, to sense the feel of the material, those thought through, And for this book, the text, rather than being a design element on the premises of being an information, is the font or the combination is really well calculated. In other words, unnecessary design is not included, and those things are meticulously thought and is completed, which I thought was really good. On a nutshell, rather than the technique, it's good sense. And personally, at this very last inside cover, you can see the glimpse of a novel, which also left with me with a strong impression. In the TDC judge, the category of the book design, compared to any other categories, you're judging the object itself, and you're able to see that directly at the field. So each year, it is a category where there is a lot of discussion, and it takes a lot of time for the judgment. Therefore, all of the judges are looking forward for this category. And I think this work, that received recognition. And also in a time where printed materials are on a decline, I think this book has a meaning to be a printed materials. So I thought it was brilliant. Thank you very much.
Tokyo TDC Annual Awards 2021 Special Prize Atsuki Kikuchi, Sagacho Exhibit Place 1983 to 2000. Presentation will be given by Atsuki He, Koike, followed by a message by Creative Director Kazuko Koike. My name is Atsuki Kikuchi. Hello to you all.
僕は今回ですね。
I'm going to be awarded a special prize for my work. This is entitled Sagacho Exhibit Space 1983 to 2000, Fixed Point Observation of Contemporary Art. Specifically, this is the exhibition's poster and catalog. Let me go into what I do. It was quite a unique exhibition on Sagacho Exhibit Space and Alternative Space, which, as the title shows, it opened in 1983 and completed all the activities in the year 2000. It is what is commonly called an alternative space. Today, I'd like to introduce to you slightly about the Sagacho, the town itself. The exhibition was actually held in Gunma Museum of Contemporary Art. And Sagacho's activities were archived and exhibited in the alternative space. What the alternative space done was then exhibited in a museum, or so to say, it had this kind of dual structure. I will now like to show you some photos while give the explanation. This is the poster. In the lower part, the black and white photo is the Sagacho exhibit space. And then in the upper part, there's some katakana characters written across. This is indeed a very unique space, and I believe that it serves as a cornerstone in Japanese contemporary art activities. Many young artists held exhibitions, and throughout its history of 17 years, 106 exhibitions were held. It was not only exhibitions that were held, there were performances and lectures and other live activities. And the person who organized all of these was Kazuko Koike, a creative director. Kazuko Koike, at the time, or maybe she started from the 1970s, she was the advertisement director for Parco, and also one of the founding members of Muji. In the design advertisement world, she's been involved in various important activities. Actually, she still is. She's a brilliant creative director. While being engaged in this kind of commercial work, she was involved in the curation of the then Saison Museum. She had all these kind of experiences. But when we look about the situation in Japan, we did not have anything like an alternative space. Alternative space is not really a place to introduce the work of the established artists, like the museums do, nor it is not a commercial gallery where artworks are sold. It is more of a venue to showcase the works that are yet to be recognized and yet to be evaluated and established. I was actually born in 1974. And so when this space opened, I was in elementary school pupil, and I don't know by the early activities which were developed there. Around the mid-1990s, I became an art student in a university, so I only know about the final few years of the space. I observed the exhibition from time to time. I was actually a student of Musashino Art University studying sculpture, and by coincidence, Kazuko Koike was teaching in another department in the same university. So I sort of knew her, although it was not actually inside the university. Going back to Sagacho, I like to introduce what about this town. This is the catalog. And these are the photos from those times, so I'd like to show them to you. This building is called the Food Building. It's a kind of an interesting name, isn't it? It was built in the 1950s, and it was an auditorium which was used for the wholesale rice dealers. Some photos from the exhibition. This is from a solo exhibition by Ray and Naito. I think this exhibition was held early in her career, and it drew a lot of attention, and I think it went viral. All the works exhibited, as one of them is actually one of her iconic works, and I believe it was exhibited recently in Kanazawa. This one is a solo exhibition by Niro Otake. It not only exhibited fine arts, there were fashion, design, poetry, music, and performances. Various exhibitions were held. This is Kiefer's exhibition. For Sagacho, Kiefer, as you know, was already a world-renowned artist.
Maybe Kiefer was one of the established artists who held exhibitions here. It was only held by the Sesame Museum. This one is an exhibition by TDC member Fumio Tachibana. And in year 2000, Saga Town finished the activities for the time being, and this is the exhibition held last, which is called Saga Town 2000, which is a three-pronged exhibition, and is one of that. It's actually an exhibition where I was curating. In the last 1 year of Saga Town activity, I was actually helping them out, and therefore I was curating the exhibition, and that was this exhibition. The reason why I came about to participate in these activities, there is a story behind that. Separate from Saga Town, there was an alternative activity. Excuse me, this is still a different space in Saga Town. There's a cafe and there's a small space. Quite interesting. And in this building, in the latter part, Tomio Koyama Gallery participated, as well as other commercial galleries, as well as Shugo Satani. So the gallery studio complex, it also functioned as such. Studio Shokudo that you see now, which is completely different from Saga Town, and the generation is completely different. So there was this joint studio, an alternative space that started off that, and I was participating in that activity. I was a college student. I actually dropped out of college, so in the interim of this college, in 1997, 1998-ish, I was the producer, the representative of here. So I would like to share some of those activities. On the outskirts of Tachikawa, we borrowed a warehouse district. It's really like a joint studio. Artists, one generation senior, had come together and started this joint studio, and that through self-promotional activities, held exhibitions as well as events, and the activities really spread. This is the individual studio. At the time, artists like Daisuke Nakayama, this is Tetsuya Nakamura, as well as Yoshihiro Suda, Yuzuru Kasahara, Takahiro Fujiwara, and many other artists participated here. And not just the studio, but using these gallery spaces, we held exhibitions. This is Manshu, a French artist. And it was an exhibition which I was curating. And this is an exhibition of Oscar Oiwa, a glimpse of that. This is Shigeo Anzai, a photograph when he was lecturing. So these were the activities that I was doing. Compared to Sagata, both in size and to some extent the quality is different. In case of Shokudo, it really started out as a studio of the artist. So it's a production field. So it's the alternative. So that was the place. But because I had been doing these activities and I was acquainted with Kazuko Koike in Sagatown, and I had collaborated in many other areas with her too. Ms. Koike is involved in various ad, commercial work and design, but rather than that area, more on this, an art or an alternative activities, and through this we collaborated. And I myself, whilst doing these activities, I started a design work continuing to date. To put that in word, rather than design being asked, it's like an extension of the activities that we do. The design itself was with us, and in that process, I was designing. And this exhibition in Sagatown was held, and for me, rather than a designer, more on a producer role, but nothing so fancy, starting from collecting money to constructing the site. So when Ms. Koike spoke or offered me this work, I was really, really happy. But it is a lot of responsibility. I think you can call it historic. Various designers, Ms. Koike and Sagata, through all of these relationship, this activity came to being. So it was a big role for me to take on this responsibility. But it was a work that I put in a lot of devotion. That was the project. This design is not something that I did with great fun and joy. Of course, it was a great, great honor, but there was a big pressure. I mean, personally, I felt a lot of pressure. But the outcome, I am quite happy with the work that I did, and to be able to receive recognition at a place like this, I am extremely grateful. It was a little short in time, but I spoke in the hope that I would be able to share some of the alternative activities in Japan in the 80s and the 90s. Thank you very much for your attention.
It has been a while since I met Mr. Kikuchi, but I always felt that we are somewhat of the same kind. I met him for the first time when he was a student at an art university, but while being a student, he made something like an alternative space and called it a studio or a cafeteria. I wanted to advocate to the world the values of old buildings that are being destroyed by scrap and build, and I was involved in repairing a building dating back to 1927. And this is a place called Saga Town Exhibit Space or Sagacho Exhibit Space, which is also the subject of this poster. And I was quite reckless in setting up a non-profit organization in that kind of place. But it was certainly still a rarity in Japan. But I had just started on that initiative. That's why I thought it was a courageous thing to see young people who willingly indulge in alternative work. Then I noticed that the group of artists there, called Artist Initiative, with Mr. Kikuchi starting to be known as a de facto producer, that group had a very good reputation. So I also went to see the place myself. Then I was working in a design-related department, but Mr. Kikuchi was a student of fine art sculptures in the sculpture department. And that was when he got started on the other stuff. Actually, it was he that reached out to me, and he came to visit me at my university and lab. And that was when it all began. At that time, I felt a little relieved from the loneliness I had been feeling at the alternative space. I thought that a new movement was on the rise. Our conversation took off smoothly right away, but at that time, Mr. Kikuchi was about to get started on Akira Minagawa's work on Mina Perfonen, so I was introduced to Mr. Minagawa as well, and I was able to open the doors to my continuing dialogues with those wonderful youngsters. And now, I don't really tell people about this much, but the university has what we call a faculty meeting. At that time, I noticed in the meeting documents that Atsuki Kikuchi of the sculpture department was on the list of students to be dismissed. And I was a bit surprised. This was about students' dismissal, not about faculty retirement. And as I sat in that boring faculty meeting, I was thinking that Mr. Kikuchi must have certainly decided to concentrate more on his restaurant business rather than continuing his enrollment in the sculpture department. When I read an interview article where Mr. Kikuchi explained why he enrolled in the sculpture department, he thought that he could be engaged in a space where he could handle larger things. I thought Mr. Kikuchi was really keen in terms of making his own self-assessment. And needless to say, when it comes to illustration and design, you all know that Mr. Kikuchi is much more of an expert than me about these fields. But he's originally a person who can sculpt space. So his curiosity is always addressed to very interesting points. He was running that coffee shop. And at one point, he had come up with an imaginative woman who became the model for a new fashion brand. And he was creating a brand that arranged her favorite things, her favorite clothes, and her personal belongings. I think that kind of idea cannot be possible without this notion of space. So I think that is one of the characteristics of Mr. Kikuchi. Quite a long time ago, but I was part of a Muji project. And I was working with those wonderful people at the printmaking studio Idem in Paris. And it was this project to promote the prints of many promising print artists at Muji as limited editions for a limited price. And he actually organized this project, which was joined by Ms. Umi Domoto from Japan, Ms. Minoru no Mata, Mr. Paul Cox, and from India, the Ueda brothers.
それぞれいろんなコンテクストをお持ちのアーティストの作品をまとめて、さてその素晴らしい版画ができたときにそれをどう発表するかについて、Muji が銀座に
at their lounge there is a space which Muji chose to organize an exhibit by collecting the prints from a variety of really wonderful artists with a full range of different contexts. At that time, when choosing someone to do the graphics, I thought the job should go to nobody other than Mr. Kikuchi, so I asked him to help us after a rather long time of no contact. And the moment I saw the color of the space that was presented, I really thought I made just the right choice by asking him to do this job. It's just a small space, but he created an absolutely fantastic space for us. This is what I worked with him most recently. And although I would like to say that Mr. Kikuchi is a sculptor of space, but it doesn't sound right to say that he was able to create such a wonderful space simply because he happens to be a designer. You know, that wonderful sense and creativity just intuitively flows out of him. That is a more accurate statement, I would say.
That was the latest work that we done together. And before that, there was his work, which led Kikuchi-san to won this award. That is to say, the poster. There is a related publication, and it looks like this. And you can see the poster behind me. The place that led us to meet with one another was a place for fine arts expression. There were art markets and other valuable opportunities in this world. However, the place where we can emphasize on what we believe in is definitely the alternative space. I wanted to express the ideas of which is played rather outside the system of the world. Since we first opened the Sagajo exhibit space, I knew Mr. Kikuchi, and that is the reason why I asked him to work on the publication as well as the poster. And the katakana characters. Japanese logotypes or typography is very interesting. It is because this country, as complex, the Chinese culture first introduced the kanji, then came the beautiful curves of hiragana, and then finally the phonetic syllabary sound of katakana. Foreign languages and cultures that come to the Japanese archipelago are usually introduced in kanji and hiragana.
そうですね、非常にその、世界が1960年代以降同時の文化の共有をするようになった時からたくさんのまあ、英語、EU 圏の言葉が入ってきて、それってね、その言葉でないとやっぱりつかめない意味があるんですよね。この中で言ってもこれね、オルタナティブもそうですよね。それ日本語で言うともう一つのとか別の選択とかありますけど、インスタレーション、パフォーマンス、サイトスペシフィック、そういうようなことってやっぱりその言葉でみんな理解する、そういう世代がどんどん
as they are in the original language. I think we have entered that kind of generation. And we're in that kind of age. So I said that the place where we work, we think, and presenting was just like that. Because we were in that kind of era, so I wrote down all the katakana words. And Kikuchi-san was watching me do this. And so I told him that I wanted to incorporate this idea. The Sagacho exhibit space is an exquisite building built in the 1920s. And there's a void space which we worked on to restored. And the photographer Kozo Miyoshi, who's a wonderful person, took a photo of the space. I had Mr. Miyoshi's photo, and Mr. Kikuchi was free to make any kind of poster. And so I left this with him, and he brought me back a proposal saying that it was ready. The curator of the museum was with me at the time, and he said, "This is perfect. It is wonderful." I've been following various foreign trends and the katakana written words for a very long time, and my thoughts and feelings are concentrated in them. So looking at this work, I was really moved. I didn't even look at other ideas or proposals. I could see both this and the void space photo by Mr. Miyoshi that was truly wonderful. I thought that this was a masterpiece. And also the way he decided to do it for Mr. Kikuchi, I don't think it's not an easy job to create typography in katakana. After that, I wrote down some of the trends in contemporary art from the early days in the 1960s, including words such as women's power or the rise of the many women, and various artistic opinions and ideas. Well, actually, I wrote it down quite randomly, but Mr. Kikuchi arranged them based on his own idea, and this is how this was born. I said that it's like being able to understand unspoken wishes. Maybe it's more like a Zen riddle. I throw my ideas to him, and then it will come back to me as a completed piece of work. That kind of work gave me supreme joy. Towards the end of that project, there came the aforementioned Mujiconnect's art, a kind of print promotion with the cooperation of the artists. The work was created by the wonderful people in the printing studio. Mr. Kikuchi's understanding of a space or the color plan for the presentation was generated I think it's a bit of both the space and the details of the expression. They truly match with one another. It's really wonderful. And at the same time, I think it's really interesting. Becoming one of the girls who creates a brand. This is one quality that he has, but at the same time, he has a quality being able to grasp a lot of space. Kikuchi-san's range of work is blossoming in various different ways. Oh, I can continue to tell many, many more stories, but for the time being, I would like to close.
The Tokyo TDC Prize 2021 TDC Prize MM Paris Loewe Show SS21. Presentation by MM Paris Michael Amzalag, Mathias Augustyniak, and Jonathan Anderson. Followed by fashion journalist Ms. Yoshiko Ikoma's message.
Welcome inside the world of Loewe's Show in a Box.
We've been locked up for like almost 3 months, and the only connection we were able to have with other people was through a screen.
The challenge, it was to put a real-time event within a cardboard box.
The challenge here is to create something that's as tangible as a fashion show, but in a format that's more in tune with how we're able to communicate right now. It's been very interesting to deconstruct the idea of a show into all of its core elements and to try to organize some sort of taxonomy of the content of a show.
The model was taken from something existing in the history of art. After discussing with Jonathan, he mentioned the idea of the box by Duchamp, where he put all his work within like a suitcase, so that his work could travel all around the world.
We've imagined this box as an archive box where you have all the looks, the accessories, but also the music, that you meet the team, the sets that allow you to understand how all of these together are like the elements that are helping to construct the collection.
Everything is there, from the clothes to the music, to the set, to the invitation. But also to bring the idea of life. We did bring some rocks, some trees, some flowers.
Because this is a project for Loewe, there is of course a very high and detailed attention to the craft.
You are manually spinning a vinyl using a turntable made of cardboard, yet equipped with a stylus needle. The analog sound you hear is amplified by the paper without the need for electricity. You are experiencing the soundtrack to the show.
The recording in itself is also a very nice piece. We had someone go and record all of the sound and the noise of the leather department in the factory of Loewe in Spain. It's a very layered thing and that has a lot of depth because you can enjoy it almost as a board game with the set that opens up as a pop-up, or you can play with the little silhouettes and the figurine. But at the same time, the more you look into it and the more you're able to understand all of the work that's been put into creating a show. It's also a very precise time capsule about this moment, about being able to stay creative and to propose solutions and to distribute the same amount of work that's been put into every collection into something that's more appropriate and relevant to the time.
Show on the wall derived from this idea that this entire collection was done remotely. I was looking back, I think, like a lot of people were doing, in this moment of kind of rethinking of models of fashion and how we approach things. When we worked with the artist Anthea Hamilton for the Devines at the Tate Britain For me, it was a very seminal work. Just before the summer, I was thinking, how do we recontextualize fashion in this moment? And I thought it was nice to work with her again on the wallpaper. I think while we're in a situation where travel is restricted, I still wanted the viewer to participate. So my idea was that the viewer is kind of put into the position that they are forced to be creative, they're forced to interact. There's scissors, there's a paintbrush, a bag that you can put all the equipment into. You get posters. Instead of being micro, we've now gone maxi. Everything is exactly life-size. When I was kind of working at how we were going to put this collection together, I like this idea that we would really delve into exploring the art of fashion. This collection glorifies the hand-embroidered, the hand-woven, the handmade, and makes us think of the past, the present, and the future. How could you make these three things communicate without having disregard for the other? The collection is based on the idea of fantasies and reality. It's very confident. It really makes the wearer become something. It takes them to another place. Sometimes it's nice to kind of escape into clothing. I've been doing a lot of historical research on how boning can be used within clothing and actually taking it out of its context instead of having it here or when it's here. By using it on the different edges, you can get kind of a structured fluidity somehow where you kind of take a softer fabric, using it to force shape or force movement. Knitwear is one of my all-time favorite outputs usually in a collection. This time I like this idea of knotting the knit in different parts. So you could tie it in different ways, but with a very glamorous fabric. It's actually made up of thousands of little sequins, and they're all alternating in color. The fabric becomes quite disco in its approach. You know, I think some of my favorite pieces actually derived out of the men's. We worked with Adoya, who does all our beautiful handmade woven leather pieces. This idea of leather craftsmanship that kind of controls silk or becomes more like poetic armor. So in terms of the bags for this collection, a big part of it was really kind of rediscovering our classics and really trying to perfect them more. The puzzle bag that I did when I first joined Loewe, we've embellished it with loads of sequins. The flamenco is a very kind of purist bag. I wanted to reduce it back to its original, which is, you know, about 30 to 40 years old. It has the historical knot detail on the side. And then on the balloon this season, we have woven the sides of it like a deconstructed basket. We worked with Adoya again to work on the rattan bag, which is a square structure bag where we have got rattan and leather mixed. We've explored with a couple of new shapes. We have the shell bag. It actually came out of a lot of research I was doing on a ceramicist called George Orr, an American ceramicist from the 19th century, who explored with clay in a very out-of-period way. It is nearly like taking a slab of flat clay and then you are building in kind of dimples in it to create the volume. This is a moment where it is not about being bombastic, it's more about being sensitive and sincere and honest of where we are at. It's sometimes better to kind of like embrace a moment that is challenging than trying to pretend that it's not. When you bring different parameters, I think creativity can really flourish because it makes you think differently.
Amid the COVID pandemics, the fashion industry received a massive hit and was forced for a big change. As you know, the digitalization is accelerating and the movement of SDGs is receiving a lot of attention. Amid that, various brands are taking various initiatives. And from Loewe, one day suddenly I received a huge set. And the fashion editors or fashion-related people, they were all surprised and were emailing each other. When you open this, inside there were wallpapers and the brush to put that up. Really those do-it-yourself, a DIY set-ish thing was inside, and I think that this was a big message. Loewe, compared to other brands, captured the world of traditional craft and was a brand disseminating that. And I am actually the role of recommender for Japan side for the Loewe Foundation Craft Award, and I have introduced many young Japanese artists, and there have been cases where Grand Prix had been won. And Anderson, the designer, has a deep understanding to craft and also has a strong interest to art. And this time, Paris had the thing that I just mentioned, this huge invitation set that Paris had designed, and it really made sense. I actually, from early 1990s, I knew that Paris was receiving a lot of attention in the world of fashion, a mythical existence. Any work that looks good, it was always the case that they were the work of Paris. This myth exists. They have, in the world of real, in the world of analog, captured the zenith in design, but at the same time, this time, they mix the digital elements. And I think that the futuristic design is a mixture of real and digital, and from there, new creations are born. And I think on this occasion, Paris came up with a very prognostic design. And in the center, there is this solid core of design, and that is why the digital and the real have a nice chemical reaction to create a fantasy never seen before. The world of fashion is really augmenting, and it's not like the movement of arts and craft 100 years ago, but to fashion, arts and craftsmanship are involved, and the definition of the fashion, the framework is augmented. I think we are entering in such era. Loewe's activity, of course, and in Paris that supports Loewe's activity, that powers the design, I think really predicts the future of the design.
Tokyo TDC Annual Awards 2021 Grand Prize. Gento Matsumoto, The Constitution of Japan. Gento Matsumoto will give a presentation followed by a message by Curator of Museum of Contemporary Art Tokyo, Tomoko Yabumae. I am Gento Matsumoto. I'd like to start my presentation of the Japanese Constitution. This book consists of the articles of the Japanese Constitution and the post-war artworks with a one-to-one comparison. Articles and artworks. The current constitution was enacted after Japan was defeated in World War II, and all the post-war art was born under this constitution. As shown in the example of Arch Triennale, expression, politics, nation and social conditions, they are closely related to one another. Of course, there are some of the works that may have been created to escape from this condition. For example, you can get married with anyone you want, go anywhere you want with anyone you like, and think and publish whatever you want. We've never fought a war since World War II, and this is a condition offered to those born in this country. The Constitution is the foundation of how a country should be, or the very basis of what should be prioritized. It indicates what is the things that need to be prioritized, or the very top priority that lies upon the foundation. On the other hand, individual expression, not limited to art, it's about personal life, physical condition, society, experience. All of these exhibited in the form of a piece of work. In other words, they are the two extremes. I can't say which is above the other, but I believe that there is a strong relationship between the two. But yet, it is a very distant relationship. We are now focusing in a certain period that is the post-war period, but already 75 or 80 years have passed since the enactment of the Constitution. Some of the works are from 1946, while others were created just recently. Despite the differences in such timing, many things overlap and are shared. They are all intertwined in a very complex manner. I tried to put all these things together in one book by connecting them one by one with the articles of the Constitution. I'm actually a graphic designer, but I also edited this book. It's not really often that a designer would get a chance to edit a book. So I thought, why not do the editing in a way nobody else will be able to do? Although it may be a little arrogant, if I could compose a book with a work that I have seen and already know, or select the works from among the ones that I've already seen, I thought that's going to be a quite unique experience and editing method. This is the final list of the works. There are 69 works of art. It's a bit complicated as a list of works. I first started to enter all the candidate works, and an Excel sheet ended up with almost 1,000 items. I just couldn't find any clues on how I should compose them all. So I had to do something. I had to sort them out. Maybe I'm not really supposed to do this, but I tried to categorize the works by giving them scores or by categorizing them by character. For example, production year, the age of the artist, gender of the artist, format of the work. And this is important, consistency with the Constitution articles. And the reason why the work is placed under certain articles of the constitution or relevance, whether it's understandable. Those are the items that evaluated and gave scores. Then I listed them up so as to ensure variation and a very good structure. The first one that I placed in the book was Hiroshi Sugimoto's portrait. I placed this work in the first article of the first chapter, which stipulates the emperor. This structure, I thought, is quite easy to understand. I thought that I could make this book work with simply by this opening page. This photo is not an actual portrait of a person. It's a wax figure. At the Yokohama Triennale, the very first one, which was held in 2001, this was exhibited together with other 10 plus wax figures. I wasn't really familiar with wax figures at all, but they are quite strange portraits. Will make you wonder what they actually are. A wonderful work given off a strange aura. So for chapter 1 Emperor, I immediately thought that it would fit in. He is a symbol, isn't he? I also think that the symbolism of dolls is quite interesting. And I thought for this reason, these two are relevant. For Article 4, Tomoko Yoneda's Tsuruharu Fujita's glasses was used. This is also a series of works in which she borrowed the glasses actually been used by various famous people. By getting the glasses from reliable sources, the documents, manuscripts they worked on are looked into through the glasses, and that is the point of this work. Thus, the photos were taken from the position of the eyeballs. Fujita Tsuruharu insisted that war is propaganda. He was accused by the public and newspapers after the war and ended up fleeing to Paris. The entity who helped him flee to Paris was the GHQ, and he was looking at the GHQ biography. It's conceptual. That's how I see it. Now, next is Article 9. When we think of the Constitution of Japan, we often think of Article 9. But in fact, there are many other important articles besides Article 9. So, it's a little difficult to say, but I didn't want to make this page too heavy. As a result, the only graphic designer that I chose in this book, Nishisa Kimura. His work is wonderful. When I think of Mr. Kimura, I have a strong image of his detailed black and white collage. This is one of his work with very, very few steps. A collage of 2 pictures. This is a photo montage piece. This is in color with the atomic dome of Hiroshima and the right bottom corner. Exquisitely positioned, cool in size, a collage of the famous photo of Einstein sticking out his tongue. The photo is very easy to understand, but ironical at the same time, typical style of Kimura. I chose this for Article 9. Again, about Article 9, not maintaining military forces. That is the second clause of Article 9. Again, I chose an artist who is extremely conceptual and creates amazing works, Tsuyoshi Ozawa. Yet in appearance, his work is easy to see, very soft, or even has a family atmosphere. The word for this page is Ozawa's vegetable weapon. This work focuses on the local ingredients and cuisine. You make a weapon, a gun, the local people hold these guns made of parts, and photos are taken. After the photo shot, the guns are disassembled and turned into parts again, which then are used to cook for the meal served to all the staff. The whole process is the art of work. I think it was a very good point that Article 9, these two unique pieces of work were chosen.
Article 25, this provision. All people shall have the right to maintain the minimum standard of wholesome and cultured living. Yuki Onodola's work of Portrait of Used Clothes. There's an artist, Boltanski, whose main theme is Holocaust. And he had an exhibition where there was a work where there was a pile of used clothes. And Onodola-san, Miss Onodola saw that. And for that exhibition, for $14 per bag, you could put in all you could and take back home. And Onodola-san took that back home and put that empty bag as a background at the window and took photographs of each year's clothes. It's a sequential work, and this is one of the 30 or so works. Minimum standards of wholesome and cultured living. There were areas that synchronized, which is the reason why I chose this. Chapter 4 is regarding the diet. This Hamaya Hiroshi, the sun on the day of the defeat. I knew I wanted to utilize this somewhere in this book from the outset. I was somehow hooked. This work, the sun on the day of the defeat, the photograph, it may have been the first work post-war. I mean, that probability is really high. I mean, it is the sun on the first day after the end of the war. On the reflection of propaganda during the war, he stopped taking photographs. That's not true. He stopped photography work, went back home to Niigata, and this is a photograph he took in Niigata. That is a very, very important work for this book. And the very last, Yuji Ishikawa's A Grand Polyphony, one photograph, which is a photograph of a tattoo curved likely by a girl in Okinawa. Ishikawa-san's photograph really have that vision, and the object is kind of united or coexists. And that's in the photograph, and I thought that it was brilliant. This book starts with the emperor and ends with Okinawa, is how I organized. At the stage where the composition of the book became clearer, to curators in various museums, as well as editors who've published art-related books, as well as art critiques, I went for consultation or had them look at it, and I received a lot of advice which were very, very helpful to make it more ascertained. What was interesting is that To the structure, there were many people who were interested, and looking at that, I thought that it would be interesting if it could have many people's selection. Unfortunately, there were a lot of works that I could not post. Article 2. The imperial throne shall be dynastic is the provision. Naohiro Ukawa's counterfeit autograph. Again, this is a sequence work. I think he's written 1,000 or so. Basically copying or counterfeiting various people's signature. And in one of those works, there was the autograph of Emperor of Meiji, Taisho, and Showa, 3 emperors' signature in one autograph card, which was a really wonderful work. Imperial throne shall be dynastic. I thought that this work fits best with that, but as expected, after receiving a lot of laughter, it was rejected. I think that this rejection of the plan really fits well, though. The emperor shall appoint the prime minister as designated by the Diet is the provision. Katsuhiro Otomo, Akira, a really famous and really a wonderful picture. I think it was the cover of volume 6. As I could not reach him, unfortunately I couldn't use it. This is a peach can, Raymond Loewy, a famous design. What is remarkable is that it was sold in 1946. In other words, post-war. It was occupying one piece. JT, for books which children have the potential to read, they would not provide permission of visual, so I could not use this. And what I regret personally the most is this work, Article 31, which is an article of punishment. Not an artist, but Masumi Hayashi in Wakayama, woman convicted for putting poison in a pot of curry and imprisoned and convicted on death row, wrote this while being incarcerated. The title is State and Murder. Exhibition of death row inmates are held regularly and in various areas, and I visited the one in Shibuya and I actually saw the real thing, and it was a picture where I thought human can despair this much. Many inmates on death row's work was exhibited, but by far, this was the greatest. I would also like to speak a bit regarding the design. For designers to put the volume of Japanese and English to compile this different balance in one format, it's really hard. But this, on one page, English and Japanese can come. So the vertical time pitch and the horizontal vertical English line pitch, to make that equal by using a simple method. Reason for using this is that the Japanese character's volume converts the word volume of one line and engulfs the word volume, is how it's set. By doing so, the provision and the work can be seen in the facing page. Another thing regarding the body and all of it, it's really a beautiful sentence. It's really beautiful. And I really wanted people to read this. I really want to have a way for people to read this. The board talks of putting in a note next to the word in the form of a ruby character, so in a different color. So I designed to put in a note. People, when faced with shapes that they've not seen, especially if it's related to systems and structures, they try to really read to understand. And during that process, you read and you become drawn into the text is the effect I aim for. And actually, this worked quite well. So there are a lot of people who read the whole thing. With the COVID pandemics, the work entry judge and the design itself, of course, was born amid the COVID pandemics. And of course, I think that would be quite different from the conventional years. The work created would be different. I mean, people's life has changed this much. Also, those who judge the observations and the way of evaluations, I also think would probably have changed. Regarding design, for this year, Hattori-san and Kikuchi-san's special prize, both were really the graphic design, or it was a typography. Including that, it was a really brilliant design. Graphic, manipulate the shape, make a movement. So there's that kind of work. And this kind of design makes more sense to me, makes more sense, or it suits me, which is that design is a life. It supports life, accelerates, provokes, and is born from life, and is returned to life. So, where the importance is taken. But that life has drastically changed. So in such case, for designs, there is a lot of things that needs to be done. I think the judges of the TDC, as well as the applicants, I think there are many people who have that thought. If this book won the prize because of those recognition, it would be a dual joy for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
I am very delighted to share my comment on this occasion. I heard from Gento Matsumoto himself when he was still at the planning stage that he wanted to publish a book on the Constitution of Japan. At that time, we didn't have COVID-19 yet. We were getting closer to the Olympic Games with the premonition that the relationship between individuals and society was being questioned once again. I was greatly impressed when I heard the story. I thought that the idea was a prominent one, but when it comes to actually shaping the real book, I could easily imagine that the many challenges ahead.
すごく大喜利的な部分もあって難しいなと思いながら本当に2、3コメントというかさせていただいたような形なんですけれどもこうして出来上がったものがちょうどスペインのことで美術に関わる人間としては
I read this book over once again because as an artist myself, I thought I needed to address the issue of art and politics when society as a whole is looking into such topic. Then the COVID pandemic broke out. people began talking a lot about how the individual interacts with society and how individuals are to deal with the rules of the society, or how the individual is to maintain one's own right for freedom. Amid such discussions, this book, I think, has come to be widely known in our society. And now that the award is given, I read this book again. The Constitution of Japan is something that defines our society, whereas work of art is something that originates in each artist's personal feelings, but it eventually reaches something universal, I believe. And by combining these two elements, I think one is able to see the essence of design, if you will. After reading this book, I was convinced that a work of art is something that starts from the individual feelings unique to that particular artist, but is projected to something with a much wider scope that is broadly shared by society. Japan's constitution is the wider framework which defines our society, but by designing a work of art with this large framework, we can reconfirm that our society is but an accumulation of all of such individual activities. That was one observation I had. Another thing is that the Constitution of Japan is something that everyone knows, but at the same time, very few people actually read it line by line. It is something that is imagined as a somewhat invisible authority. But what this work does is to combine this invisibility with a work of art, and thereby visualizes the entire context as a creation of man in the form of an accumulation of lively activities of individuals and as a creative form. I think that is the power of these two big designs that bring together the hitherto different images and visualize the formerly invisible big frameworks in a completely new way. It was a great honor to be able to re-encounter this great work of art, and I was once again greatly impressed by the power that Gento Matsumoto has. And I was also impressed by the significance of the TDC award, which fairly and properly evaluates a good work of art. Congratulations.
Tokyo TDC Annual Awards 2021 Type Design Prize, Jo Young, Yichao Shu, Yin Chu, Coca-Cola Care Font. Mr. Jo Young, Mr. Yu Chung Shu, Mr. Shin Chu will give the presentation, followed by a message by Typeface designer Ryoko Nishizuka. In 1979, the third plenary session of the 11th National People's Congress was held in Beijing. December 19th in Atlanta, Coca-Cola decided to return to China. 1 month later, 3,000 cases of Coca-Cola were shipped from Hong Kong to mainland via railroads. When a brand enters a new market, the first thing to do is to learn about local script. We learn about culture through the script. 2 years later, the first batch of Made in Japan Coca-Cola was shipped in Beijing. After 20 years, the Coca-Cola logos were always been written in Chinese calligraphic characters. In a sense, it was a recurrence of our culture. By studying Chinese culture for the past 40 years, many similarities with Coca-Cola were found. Behind drinking water, deep philosophic ideas exist. Water conveys ideas such as tolerance, understanding, love, and support for life. For Coca-Cola, These are the important elements of the brand. From among the most commonly spoken Chinese words, I chose a tai hu or caring. And so when I thought about the typeface concept, the goal that I wanted to achieve was rather simple. I wanted to convey the message of Coca-Cola's legacy logo design. It's all about documenting the understanding of Chinese culture to make it available for a larger number of people. I regard myself as very lucky because in this process I was able to meet with people from Co-Character and Founder Type. Popularity of the Coca-Cola, the shared affection for Chinese culture, scripts, and aesthetics were the factors that made possible the collaboration of the three companies. The first model of the care font was 4 characters initially used by Coca-Cola when they entered China in 1979. As a typeface designer, the first thing that I did with these 4 characters was to write a slogan for Coca-Cola, thinking of China. Then I examined the word of caring. What does we care for? From the point of view of Asian writing, here's a slightly more interesting Chinese interpretation. The character Tsai means a small flower breaking through the soil and sprouting. The Hu is the original character for the Hu or breathing. Like this, we can imagine a small seedling sprouting from the soil under the sun and swaying in the sun. This was carrying is all about for the Chinese people. I'm simply breathing gently, but I also have a feeling of caring. It means you are aware of whatever you see and you care for the things you see. Regarding the design process for the typeface, I created 200 characters in around 1 year. The 4 characters in the initial logo have some significant dignity, and maybe it's a sound of Yantian's writings, or the characters are organized so it seems to fit well with the style of Jinping. So I took into consideration of those 2 great writers throughout the process. What I talked about with Coca-Cola and Founder Type was that I wanted to create a typeface that was honest and gracious, but also having flowing momentum. First of all, I would like to thank Tokyo TDC for evaluating this one. At the same time, we would like to thank Coca-Cola, Co-Character, and Founder Type for their close cooperation. Coca-Cola China has proposed a concept of caring, and Yichao from Co-Character skillfully integrated and developed the multiple calligraphic traditions, resulting in the rough version of the typeface design. As a beverage company, Coca-Cola has a unique understanding of the philosophy of water. In Chinese culture, water is slow yet ever-changing, has surroundings and firmness at the same time, also demonstrates strength capable of piercing a stone, and has the tolerance of a sea that can absorb water. Therefore, I try to reflect the form of water in the design of the care font. Dots like drops of water form of dynamic horizontal strokes for the start and finish. The curving, the bend, and the turn are both rounded and powerful. The brushwork is very natural and smooth like flowing water. The strokes are all placed in a natural circle, slowing the spirit of harmony and tolerance. The natural form also represents the vibrancy and the Coca-Cola wishes to communicate.
Coca-Cola is a brand with 134 years of history, but maintains its image as young and vibrant. This typeface design also has that figure moment. On each word, the letter of the gravity is set high and the powerfulness to the left and right can be felt. Throughout the design phase, I'd been thinking on how to convey Coca-Cola's refreshing and uplifting feel. To incorporate that to the letters, I thought of using the stroke on the brush to express that by maintaining adequate spacing between the characters to let it breathe freely. I had to then think whether it could hold up as a typeface. It's important to capture the uniqueness and similarity of Chinese characters as one typeface. As such, I made 31 basic elements. Using that as a base will allow multiple variations by changing the positioning. To develop effectively, a team consisting of more than 30 members was formed. Experienced members and younger members with passion teamed up for this challenge. There are two typeface production work. First, to trace the original character by maintaining the uniformity requirement of the typeface. It needs to be expressed smoothly and seamlessly. Next, developing the character type and adding frequently used Chinese characters and font products. As it is a 1,000-character classic, we prepared for characters at non-standard GB2312 like Chin and Kun. The font has 7,745 character counts. Of that, 6,769 is Chinese characters and 976 other characters. This Chinese character is a printed style with hefty round shape. Western character is also aligned to that. Chinese character exhilarates this handwritten sense, and in each stroke there is this human warmness. As it has this human aspect, we try to exhilarate this handwritten feeling when designing the Western characters. On the Western characters, we incorporated ligature used often in Chinese traditional culture. This will be the first Chinese character font to incorporate ligature. One feature of this ligature design is this combination of how the parts are shared and alternately meshed. 15 characters have already been designed. 3 characters that are particular among these characters also embodies a small mark other than the Chinese characters Wu, Men, Liang. But as you can see, the point dot is shaped as an eye and a mouth. This is the outcome. As a little something to our Chinese audiences and clients, we would like you to feel the sincerity and compassion of Coca-Cola in trying to communicate this Chinese culture. What we came up in the end was this typeface that has this profoundness while it's powerful, though not too obvious and upbeat, where you can breathe gently. Compassion is the most delicate feeling in your heart, and it can provide warmth and a dependable force. We try to express this human touch with what the Chinese often talks about using this typeface. I would like all of you to try out this new typeface as an option. To become the bond of human emotions in daily lives. I hope that all of you in your daily lives have compassion to others, consideration to your neighbors, be kind to vulnerables, be considerate about the environment, caring about community of common destiny.
This typeface has the shape of a brush writing, but contrary to what people think, it is not that easy to create a font for brush writing. It's not as simple as just writing it and tracing it as it is. The big difference from the brush writing is that the brush writing is the trajectory of what people write, so it reflects the rhythm and speed and the balance, such as the first character being a bit enlarged and the next character is made smaller, and the flow of ink illustrates the tone of the ink changing between darker and lighter areas. In a way, it really demonstrates human emotions. なんですけども、この書体に関しましては、その殺し方というのがとても上手だと思いました。
done in a
その
well
ポイントとして
manner
は、
in
その
killing
最初
the
のこの入り
emotion
のとこ
of
ろ
this
の
character.
抑揚のないフェルトペンのような感じで入りつ
Making
つ
such
も、
brush writing into a font makes it
質
more
は柔
uniform,
らかく、そし
and
て
the grains
収筆
become the
は
same
やや
size.
このボリュームを出す
So
という形が、その抑揚を
it
抑え
is
つ
a
つ
way
も、このフ
to
ォントに
really
対して文字
suppress
に
this kind
勢
of
いを与
rhythm
えてい
and
る
gives
感じがします。
momentum to
そ
the
してそ
writing.
の結構このフォントに関
And
してはボリュームが
this
あるんで
also
すね。
has a lot of
で、
volume,
等線のように
and
横線を細く縦線を
by
太くという
having
ことでもなく、
a
同じ
thick
ようなボリューム
vertical
で横線
and
縦
thin
線組み合わさ
horizontal,
ってい
it
ま
is
す。
combined
そ
in a
のこ
very
の
well
太さ
way.
を保ちつつ
And
も、
by
その
maintaining that,
楷書というスタイルを保っている
it
という
really
ところ
maintains
も
this
見ど
square
ころだ
block
と
writing
思います。
style.
そしてその
And
単純に
instead
横
of
線を
simply
作ってい
drawing
る
a
だけじゃ
horizontal
なくて、
line,
その
but the
線に合わせてや
intonation
は
is
りその
taken
筆
out
書
of
系
the
と
middle
感じ
line,
る上
sliding
の線
upwards
は例え
towards
ば
the
こ
upper
う上にス
line
ライドする。
that feels
真ん
like the
中の
brush
線
stroke.
は抑揚をなくする。
And
そして
in such a
大き
way,
な線はこういうふう
it
に
quite
大きなカーブを
successfully
描くと
shows
いう
the
その
brush-like
筆らしい
curves
その曲
that
線
are
の付け方
typical
とい
to
う
large
ところも
lines
な
drawn
かなか
by
こううまく
a
成功
brush.
しているように感じました。そしてそ
And
の筆
now
のこう
the
羽ですね。こ
upward
の羽のと
brushstroke,
ころも
I think
本
that
来
the
筆
tip
で
of the
このぐらいの
stroke
サ
will
イズ
be
で書い
quite
た場合
sharp
は先
if it
端
is
は割
originally
と尖っ
written
てし
in
ま
this
うと思うんで
size,
すけども、
but it
柔
seems that
ら
this
かく
tip
する
is
ためにこ
rounded
の先端を
considerably
か
to
なり
make it
丸めて
softer.
るように見えます。
By
そこのあたり
rounding
もそ
it,
の丸めることによって
and
その鋭さが抑えられていて、
and
それ
there
がより
its
その
sharpness is
グリップ
suppressed,
のまとまり
and
感
it
という
seems
のを
that
出し
it
ているよ
makes
う
the
に見えま
entire
す。
glyph look
そ
more
の
cohesive.
このフォン
I
トの
think
その
that the
優しい感
gentle
じっていうのは
kanji
そ
of
うい
this
うその
font
太さもそうで
is
すけども、
really
細かいそ
shown
の
in
先
this
端の処理
thickness,
というところ
but
にも
also in
ある
the
ように思います。
processing of its
一方
thin
でフォン
tips. I
筆
think it
文
is
字のようで
interesting
あっ
that it
て、そ
looks
の
like a
フェル
brush
トペンの
writing
よ
in a
うでもあ
font,
って、
and also
ち
like
ょ
a
っと丸
felt
ゴ
tip
シックのよ
pen,
うな感
and
じもあ
even a
る
little
と
like
い
a
うところ
round
が
Gothic
この
glyph.
面白いところだと思うんですね。そ
And
してか
as
つ
I
それが
said,
一つ一つ
each
ま
one
と
is
まりがありまし
cohesive,
て、そ
and the
の
fact
先
that
ほ
the
どその
grains
粒
are
が揃ってい
aligned
るのは
is
そ
what
の
kills the goodness of
筆文字
brush
の
writing
良さをちょっ
and
と
the goodness of
書
calligraphy,
道の良さをこう押し殺していると
but
言いましたけ
it
ども、
has been
それが
very
すごく成
successful.
功していて、粒が揃っているこ
It
とによっ
seems that
て
the
なおこう可読性を上げ
readability
てい
is
るような
improved
感
by
じに
having
見
the
えます。
grains aligned.
そしてそ
And
の
there are samples of
コ
the
ンテストで出
interesting
品され
characters
た
that were exhibited
ちょっと
in the
面白い筆っ
contest.
ていうか、日
Although
本
they
で
are
はあ
not
まり
very
馴染みはな
familiar
いん
in
ですけど
Japan,
も、
they are said to be
なん
popular
かね、
in
財宝
China,
を招くみたいな
known
感
to
じの、
bring
その
good
中
luck.
国であるようなその縁起の良いとされている字のサンプ
There
ルがあっ
was,
たん
but
ですけ
even
ども、
though
その
the
字も
number
か
of
なり画数
strokes
が細
is
かい割
quite
には同じ
complex,
ようなちゃんとテイストでで
the
きてい
taste
て、
has come out
例
in
え
a
ば日の
consistent
ような
way.
骨
For
格が
example,
1、
there are
2、
only
3、
1, 2,
4本し
3,
か
and
ないも
4
のと、
skeletal
あとかな
strokes
り画
for
数
the
の細
character
かいその
depicting
縁起の
Day.
良い組み合わせされた
Characters with a more
文字
complex
も同じようなち
combination
ゃん
of
とテイスト
strokes
でできてい
are
まし
also
て、
made
こ
with
の
the
サン
same
プルを見る
taste.
限り、
And as
例
far
え
as
ば
the
これ
samples
が
show,
何万
for
っていう
example,
グリップ
even
が
if
揃っ
there
たと
are
ころでも、
tens
こ
of
のきっと
thousands of
品質
glyphs,
が
it
安
is
定し
easy
た
to
フ
imagine
ォントに
that
な
the
ってい
font
るんじゃな
is
いかと、
stable
容
in
易に想像
quality
できる
across
と
the
思い
board.
ました。
Tokyo TDC Prize 2021 2021 TDC Prize, Tomohiro Okazaki Study Teaser Movie. Presentation by Tomohiro Okazaki, followed by Art Director Mina Tabe's message. Hello, I am Tomohiro Okazaki, a designer. I would like to share a teaser movie, Study. It's quicker to watch, so I'm going to play. There is no sound. It's roughly 2.5 minutes. I'm now going to play. Yes. Study is a collection of short experiment movies. For each movie, a photograph is taken by camera one by one, and by putting that in sequence, it looks as though it's moving. It's what you call a stop-motion technique. I started taking these movies amid the COVID pandemics and our short experiment videos. The production of using this stop-motion techniques from 10 years ago, from 2010, I've been working at. At the time of 2010, when I first watched the sequence of photograph moving, I still recall that sensation. Each time, even now, every time it looks as though it's moving, I think in my heart that it's moving. For me, in this past 10 years, I've not been thinking it as a technique, but from a design perspective, I've been putting in practice. I am a designer, so for the stop-motion techniques, I see it as a graphic design. Those that are printed, the big difference is that the display media itself has a timeline in many cases. Most of the videos have the timeline for it to be played. Among the designs with timelines, rather than pictures with a story, to just observe what is unfolding there is what I have as a strong interest. Rather than a movie type, more close to the move of the structure of the graphic design, the visual communication design with motion is where I put my attention to. For human, as we have the vision or the sense to be able to capture shapes and colors, it might be perhaps that people, when confronted with a move, may have something like a movement sense. Then it becomes interesting. Under this study, I want to try out things I don't really know or don't understand at all to do the experiments. And that is because, as I said, I've been, over the work as a designer, I've been working on the stop-motion techniques. And what I understood over the course of 10 years is that, as one may expect, you do get good. And that itself is not bad. But it seems that I've left behind something very, very important, which I felt as the world slowed down with the COVID pandemics. In everything, in anything that you do, there is this preciousness. And for any answers that exist in the world, it is still in the interim and holds a lot of questions. So those things that look trivial but important had been left behind under the busy day of work is what I started to realize. So when some of my work was put on hold with the pandemics, I decided to take these short movies. These videos have come from the ideas jotted down on my idea book, which I can't use for work, but it's in my mind, something I quite fully don't understand. Small dust-like ideas is what I've taken up. And by actually using my hand to take these, and I take importance in observing that myself, and trifle things that comes to my mind, then I take up. So like a pendulum, something that doesn't have a lot of value for me, I'm testing one by one. Here, there are those where letters surface directly, as well as those I am working on, like searching the graphic design atom. And the activity of this study, I am still working on steadily. By using new videos taken after I sent this out, I want to explain deeper. This is a situation where I'm moving the object with the typing of a keyboard. When I type, on the left-hand screen, the related letter appears, and the power based on the shape of the letter of the result appears to occur. And by looking at both screens, you're able to observe the structure that are hidden between the two. This is an example where the result of the typing is not a letter, but is an eraser. The typing becomes the driving force, and the eraser moves. By understanding the structure that is hidden in this picture, by combining various phenomena, you can observe the various unique motion. Next, this structure that has been split to left and right. What happens when you structure this to the eraser, to the body of the eraser? The eraser is driven by the eraser itself, and you're able to observe the mechanism there. And this movie, from a more graphic perspective, captures that mechanism. A simple graphic printed on the paper through animation, the paper, which is the medium, seems to be moving. When you do this, it seems that people, when they face something that is moving, they try to understand what is the driving principle of moving that, is what I started to think. What happens when a printed abstract graphic element is tuned into a more concrete expression? This is what happens. Further, when you do this, it's a bit gross. But nonetheless, with the move of the eyeball, the paper that has been printed is moved, so you're able to observe the mechanism of driving force, which is somehow fun. These are other examples where the graphics are affecting the object.
These are situations where the moving graphic itself is moving while maintaining its physical characteristics. These videos are an experiment of what happens when you give materiality to the letters. In this video, they are arranged on a time axis as a structure of some kind of word. This video is composed only of different weights of Helvetica. This is an attempt to find out what it will be like when an element of moisture is added to the transition from thick to thin weights. I named it font juice. This is to observe the act of arranging elements on the time axis. I have just used up a bunch of shimeji mushrooms. This is a video that observes the structure itself of what is happening there. It may seem as if you try to observe how an event is made up of the relationship between the movement and structure.
This is a video of rubber clay that traces the contours of physical properties. I'm studying about what happens when a movement with the sensation of tracing is moved based on the shape of the object. This is an example of the space itself creating movement. I'm still not sure myself what this exactly is. I see these videos that include things that I don't understand well as things that don't make sense to me yet. And they are like a sort of architectural model whose structure only exists. When I think about what is the thing that amounts to the architecture for these models, I somehow now think that what is happening in the viewer's head is the architecture that I am observing through the models. I've been doing this study just for my own interest, spending a lot of time between tasks. But I think it's almost like what I used to do every day when I was a child. It's something like a bug hunt. It feels like catching an insect, putting it in an insect cage and looking at it. Nowadays, the source of video media is in the form of digital data, so many people can see the same video through the network, including social media. For me, it's like letting many people see my bug at the same time. For me, the ideas and expressions I see in this study activity are found in places like grass and forest, just like insects. Throughout these videos, I have no intention of claiming that these expressions are mine. I think the value here is probably not in me, but in the insects I picked up. So, especially for the younger generation, if there was any inspiration from these videos, I would like them to apply it a lot. I think that ideas like these shouldn't be monopolized by individuals. They are really a bunch of dusty ideas all over the place, so I look forward to your support. For me, making it with my own hands and observing it with my own eyes is an act that I find purely interesting. In parallel with the design work, the shape may change little by little as a design experiment, but I will continue to do this for 10 to 20 years. Perhaps this study is not just a video experiment, but an experiment on the relationships between things and human senses, so I feel that it will naturally lead to a wide variety of design matters. This is an experiment in which the white margins of the motif created by printing are used in a bold manner. This is the video when I realized that I could be abstract with a matchstick. I am interested in the situation where abstract graphics are placed in space as objects. I feel that design is something like what should be done when there are two or more elements,
At the timing of recording of this video presentation, we are proceeding with the study every day with the match as a motif. By getting involved in the match, I'm observing something like a structure or materiality that provokes a sense from it. This is also something that I do not well understand. It is a situation where the coordinates of the tip of the match are fixed in space and then the finger is moved. This is a situation in which the red substance, which is a characteristic element of the match, goes back and forth between the red pencil, which is something with a different physical characteristics. Certainly, each object exists, and I take photographs of each and move them around. This is a scale experiment. Time-lapse photography has a big characteristic that it looks like it moves. But I think it has another big characteristic. It means that it exists in this world and draws out the physical properties and physical potential that it has. I think it is important for designers to think about the human perception principle that they appear to move, but how to bring out the potential of this world and the feeling of facing the world itself are also important in design.
世界そのものと向き合う感覚という事柄もデザインにおいては重要な要素だと思っています。
One interesting thing happened as a result of advancing study in matches for a while.
一つ興味深いことが起こりました。
That was when the video was
この動画ができた
made,
時のことなのですが、
and I thought I
自分
was
は
making a
マッチ
video
だと思い
using
ながら
matches,
マッチを使い動画を作っていたつもりだったのですが、
but I
動画が
realized
完成
after
し
the
た後に気
video
が
was
つきました。
completed,
こ
there
の
was
動画
no
にはマッチ
match
が
in
一
this
瞬も登
video
場して
for
い
a
なかった
second.
のです。
The only
こ
thing
の
that
動
made
画を
up this
構成しているも
video
のは
was a wooden
木の棒
stick,
と
red
赤い
clay,
粘土、
and a
それか
red
ら白い
circle
紙に印刷
printed
され
on
た
white
赤い
paper.
丸だけだっ
That
たの
was
で
it.
す。
I
私
was
は
but
マッ
devoted
チ
to
のスタデ
making
ィ動画を
study
作るという
videos of
一心だった
matches,
のですが、
but in fact,
終始
I
すべ
didn't
ての場
shoot
面において
with matches
マッチを使っ
in
て撮
every
影をしてい
scene
なかっ
from
たのです。
beginning to end.
で
So,
は、
what did I
私
think
がマ
was a
ッチだと思
match?
っていたものは何だったのか。
This
こ
is
のこと
one
は
of the
今この時
sober
点で
interests I have in
私
my
のスタディにお
studies
ける地
at
味な
this
関
point.
心事の一つです。
The interests I see through study are all very
一
plain
見
things
何の
that may
役にも立た
seem
ないかもしれ
useless
な
at
い
first
とて
glance.
も地味なものばかりなのです。
But these are all
でも
but things
そこ
in
には
which I
何か可能性
feel
を感じる
have
事柄
great
ばかりなの
potential.
です。
While
デザイ
feeling
ン
the
の可能性を
possibilities
感
of
じながら
design, I would
ガッ
like
ツを
to
持って
seriously indulge
も
in
っと自分の
continuing
ペース
with
で
my
観察をしていきたい
observations
と
at
思
my
ってい
own
ます。
pace. And I would like
そ
to
して
apply my
そこから
learnings
学んだこ
to
とを
my
デ
own
ザインの仕事
design
へ
work.
応用していきたいと考えています。
Originally, these studies are like plain extracurricular activities that we do only for our own enjoyment, but I am very pleased to receive the TDC award for such efforts. This concludes my
以上で私からの
presentation.
プレゼンテーションを終わりにします。
Thank you for
ご
your
清聴あり
kind
がとうござい
attention.
ました。
Good evening to you all, TDC viewers. I am Minatabei, graphic designer. Congratulations to Tomohiro Okazaki for winning the TDC award. The first time I learned about Mr. Okazaki's work was probably the program Design Year and the Dissolution section. I'm sure all of you know the Dissolution series. It's a stop-motion animation. For example, the animation of the skin of fruit hasaku being peeled off and becoming fluffy, and then the skin of the fruit is then peeled off. And then down to every single grain the fruit is broken down. It's an animation that is shot frame by frame. it's not just about capturing the phenomenon itself, but it's also about the individual object having some sort of personality or its character, its form, as well as its own texture. It takes a lot of observations or even needs obsession, and then it will be turned into a moving video. Truly, the depth in which he looks into things surprises me every time I see his animation. There was a time when I asked Mr. Okazaki how he feels when he is working on his projects. If I were asked to do the same thing as he does, stop motion is really time-consuming. You have to be patient. Although I can fully understand how rewarded he would feel when it becomes an animation, but in my case, probably I'll think about the process, thinking about the difficulty. But when I asked him about this, he said it's not painful or difficult at all, but he said that he rather enjoys it. I still remember because I was quite surprised. In his work study, I feel that Mr. Okazaki is having a lot of fun, and that his feeling is really reflected in the resultant piece of work. The solution of the designing art, which I mentioned earlier, was a video about the things in front of you. The sense of having a shared agreement, something like, yes, I know that, was skillfully captured and then reflected in the animation. But this video study, I believe, goes beyond this, transcends what he used to do, because he is observing and thinking about how they would move or how they would disappear, and tries to figure out what will be really interesting. But this work of his conveys me a sort of Mr. Okazaki's intention strongly. Or I would say that when I saw it for the first time, it gave me shivers, and I felt that he had crossed a certain line. That was one of the most impressive things that I felt. I think Mr. Okazaki wrote in his comment himself that the world stopped moving due to the coronavirus, and so increasing number of people could not go outside to work, spending longer times in the rooms. And the study was made at such time. So the study is something that inquires into subjects to create something, to discover something, in search of the things that interest you at the time when it seems possible, and yet he keeps on going without compromise. You could feel that kind of attitude, which was quite stimulating for me. Even the tiny bits of possibility or processes that comes up to his mind, things that would turn interesting, probably he would never throw away any single bit or overlook it. He will try everything. I am looking forward to seeing the further evolution of his work that he made this time, and I'd love to see more new works from you. Thank you very much.
東京 TDC 賞
Annual Award
2021
2021
TDC 賞
Dafu
ダフューキューネ
The
ザ・
Dafu
ダフュ
Kune
ーキュー
Printing
ネ
Show.
プリンティング賞
This
ダ
will
フ
be
ュ
a
ーキューネさ
presentation
んに
by
よる
Mr.
プレゼン
Dafu
テーショ
Kune,
ン、続いて
followed by
ウ
a
ェブデ
message
ザイナ
from
ー
web
田中洋二
designer
さんのメッセ
Yoji
ージを
Tanaka.
ご紹介します。
Hello, my name is Dafi Kühne. I'm a designer and letterpress printer from Switzerland. Thanks for having me here. I'm very honored that my project, the Dafi Kühne Printing Show, got this recognition from TDC Tokyo. The Dafi Kühne Printing Show is a series of educational videos on letterpress printing. So the traditional way of printing with physical blocks. I'll present with you today a little bit of background on me and on this project. So generally in my studio, I print posters manually. So what I normally do is I hand set elements that can be type, that can be any blocks, wood blocks, hand-carved linoleum, and I compose a physical form to then print it on a letterpress printing press from normally the 60s. So most of my processes are analog, while obviously the design of these posters also happens digitally. You see me here printing a poster. So the Dafi Kühne Printing Show, as I said, is a series of so far 11 educational videos. I work with traditional technology, letterpress technology, and this technology didn't develop since the 80s. So there was no development in technology, and today we have so many more tools available that were not available in the 80s. So we have computers, we have tools like a laser cutter, we have many different ways to design a poster today, but there's no development researching what can we do with the old technique in combination with new designs or in combination with new tools. So over my practice in my studio where I design and print posters, over the last 12 years, I developed a lot of different ways to use the old technology. And I was looking for a way to document and share these technologies or these developed tools. Here at my studio, since 2016, I have been teaching summer workshops with international groups of students. We work on typography, and we always try to produce everything with letterpress technology. So we also here, we combine the old and the new. And in my summer classes, the project is called Typographic Summer Program, we intensely work together here in this workshop in Switzerland. So every year I have 2 sessions of 12 students coming in from all around the world to study with me. But this is a very restricted tool if you teach a physical workshop, because anybody who wants to study with me has to come to Switzerland. So I was trying to find a new way to share my knowledge also here by making these printing show tutorial videos. So while I had the teaching tool, the summer program here at the studio, I needed something that works quicker and faster. And that was the video series, the Dafi Kühne Printing Show. So I would like to show you 2 episodes today. I want to show you the very first episode from 2016, where I developed a technique for casting my own type. Type for letterpress printing is limited because it's not produced anymore in a broad range, and we have to find ways to reproduce existing characters. And that's what I documented in the first episode of the Dafikune printing show. Welcome to the printing show. My name is Dafikune. Very often I get mail from people asking, how did you do this? So, for example, this from Mr. Jim S. from Nashville, Tennessee. Dear Dafi, how did you do the plastic type you used on the TruePrint poster? Well, Jim, I'll show you. I was facing a big challenge. I didn't have enough type to typeset all the words I needed on this poster. But I had an existing set of metal type. I just needed more characters. So I developed this technique of casting plastic type. So I take the pieces of metal type that I want to duplicate and I mount them with double-sided tape in a little form I built with wood pieces. I'm using my 2-component silicone to then make a mold. Shake it well. Delicious, oh yeah. I just pour it evenly over my metal type and make sure they're all covered. And let this cure for about 6 hours. Well, since we don't have 6 hours, obviously I prepared one for you.
Yay!
But what we have here is the casting mold made from silicone with our original metal type inside. And we use this mold to then cast some plastic type that will withstand the pressure of printing. Well, now we open the form. Then I carefully pull out the metal type. It's a little bit like pulling teeth. And there we have our casting mold that we now can use to cast as many pieces of type as we want. What we have here is some 2-component plastic resin that I use for casting the type. So from now on, I have something like 2 minutes. So let this cure for about 20 minutes. But obviously, I prepared one for you.
Yay!
So we can go right on. Pulling teeth again. So all we need to do now is to trim down the type. Once the letters are trimmed, make sure they're really type high when you trim them. Yes, 23.57 Dido height. So if we did a proper job, we can now mix and match the metal type and the new cast plastic type. And now we just prove it. So, Mr. Jim S. from Nashville, this is my plastic type. That's all the magic. Good luck trying it. And if you've got any more questions, send me a letter. Well, that was the first episode. I hope you enjoyed it. As you can see, these videos are, on one hand, rich in content, because what we do is, I take this quite seriously. So it's not just fun, but then on the other hand, I wanted to find a good balance between entertainment and then still teaching real content. I think we're going to go ahead and watch a second episode, which was the Christmas special for 2020. Just came out last December. And also here, maybe even at the edge of entertainment. So it's really just fun. But again, the content is quite real, is quite serious. Welcome to another episode of The Printing Show. This is the Christmas special. Duffy couldn't be here today. My name is Santa Claus. I'm going to reply to all your questions you sent me by mail. So let's have a look. Maybe this one. From Jesus. Dear Duffy, how do you do your weird printing with furniture that you've done on the Things I Keep Telling Myself poster or on the POW poster? Well, Jesus, I'll show you. First, let's clean up this mess. So on these two posters, Davi used two different kinds of locking up the furniture and bringing it up to type height for printing. Let's look at the Things I Keep Telling Myself poster first. Here you see the block Davi used for the Things I Keep Telling Myself poster. And you can see he printed it with raglets, and all of those raglets are exactly 12 points or 1 cicero in width. So basically, he brought up a board of MDF, 12 points below type height. So anything he would mount onto that board that is exactly 12 points in width would add up to type height. So for measuring type height, I use a plate height tester. You can also use one of these micrometers, but this is the traditional tool to measure type height. I use this solid piece of steel that is exactly on Dido height to set the plate height tester to 0 first. So I use a board of MDF and some paper to bring it up to 12 points below type height. So I add this raglet that is 12 points in width, and this should be on 0. If I'm too high, I can remove some of the packing, some of the paper I put underneath. And if I'm too low, I can add some more. But I have to be exact here. So this is exact science. So the board plus the raglet plus the make ready, and also calculate for the tape that I use for mounting the raglets. They add up exactly to type height. All right, so I have the board and I add some tape to that. And as I said before, I calculated the thickness of the tape within, so the type height is not affected by the thickness. Then I peel the tape off. Okay, and then I pop the raglets on. All right, and I'll lock it up. All right, so where are my little helpers? Okay, I'll do it myself. And here we have our nice print with raglets. The cool thing about this technique is that Davi can use anything that is 12 points in width. So there's no grid, there's no rules, anything he can pop on and is flat and 12 points in width, he can print. And you get some nice textures from the used raglets. Now let me show you the second way Davi used for making the POW poster. Let's clean up the mess first. For the second method, we need a thin board of MDF. And that board I cut into a stencil with the laser cutter. Well, you can use the laser cutter. I use my magic here. So what we have here is a stencil that Davi designed in a way so the sizes are in the point system. This is 48 points wide. And again, this piece would be 48 points wide. Now I can use this stencil to lock up furniture. I got myself some pieces of furniture and I measured them with the plate height tester. And they're exactly the same height. And you have to be really careful because now I'm not using the width, I'm using the height of these pieces of furniture. Hammer. Okay, now I can just mount them into my stencil. All right, we're done. That was some work. So let's lock this up and print it. All right. So again, in a similar process as before, I had to measure the height of this block and I brought it up to type height. And now all we can do is ink it up and print it. And here we have our W from Davi's POW poster. Beautiful. All right, cheeses. I hope you're happy. So, I know a lot of magic going on, so please all say with me, it's magic. 1, 2, 3. It's magic. Yes, it is. Bye. If you've got any more questions, send me a letter. All right. So letterpress is part of our cultural heritage. So it's not been developed since the seas of the letterpress era. Letterpress was the most important reproduction technology worldwide for at least 500 years in Europe, but much longer even in other parts of the world. So it is a rich history that we have here, but it's dead if we don't produce anything with it. And with this series, I tried to make it accessible to a younger generation and share my knowledge and everything I've researched in the last 12 years. So thanks again for having me. I'm really honored to get this certificate from TDC Tokyo and of course the glass of champagne. Right now, when I record this, it's in the morning, so I will not have the champagne right now, but maybe later. Thank you very much. Bye. Send me a letter. Send me a letter. Send me a letter. Send me a letter. Send me a letter.
Daffy Kune Printing Show by Daffy Kune won the Tokyo TDC Annual Award this year. Congratulations. My name is Tanaka, and I participated in the evaluation this time. Thank you. You said that the development of letterpress printing stopped around the 1980s. But what really impressed me, especially about this letterpress printing, was that you used modern technology such as laser printers without hesitation and revived it. I think it's a project that goes on a regular basis as something that can be used. Somehow, letterpress printing has a profound image, and there is an image that it is incompatible with new technology. I may think so because I'm especially on the digital media side, but the threshold is high, or at least I had such feeling though. But being just analog equipment, it seems like there are endless ways to express it with ingenuity. I feel that Daffy cuts out such things and makes them into images. And of course, while it is interesting as a printed matter, but as an expression, I felt that he was willing to intervene even in the printing areas if there is potential as an expression to create some kind of graphic. Moreover, I feel that Daffy also has the will to open up the doors and make them shared assets, and I think he is very committed to education and such things. I have an extreme level of respect in this regard, and I think it's really good. I talked about the fact that there is room for expression to intervene in the printing process, but when I saw this, I think there was a film director and actor named Vincent Gallo, whom you all probably know. There is an album called When, which is something he made around the year 2000, released from Warp Records. And I really like that work and listened to it a lot. I like the album so much that even recently I listened to it about once a year. But I read in an interview about how the album was made. And Vincent Gallo himself is a recording equipment freak or enthusiast. So before making the album, he would first go collect all the pieces of the recording equipment. The album is actually made through the very process of buying and collecting, then making the recording studio, then doing the recording in that studio, and finally making the film. The point is that the entrance is like starting from the studio to make one album by yourself. I was impressed by the fact that he was completely engaged in everything that had room for expression, and this typographic printing was exactly one of such kind of thing. Of course, Daffy's video is itself very interesting, but I felt that there was great potential in manually moving things in typographic printing as a form of expression that typographic printing innately has. So it made me feel very excited. Well, that is all from myself. Thank you very much. Tokyo TDC Annual Award 2021, the RGB Prize, Mio Iizawa, Shunya Hagiwara, Yurie Hata on Trans Books Downloads. The presentation will be by Mio Iizawa, Toshiya Hagiwara, and Yurie Hata, followed by a message from the interface designer, Yugo Nakamura. Hello, this is the operation team of Transbooks. Thank you for such a wonderful prize. The prize-winning Transbooks download is an online shop, but I would like to give a presentation on what kind of bookstore it is and what kind of activities Transbooks has been doing since its beginning. So first we would like to explain about this. So regarding Transbooks download, it is a bit difficult to explain. So I will talk about Transbooks later, but I will briefly explain Transbooks Downloads. Transbooks Downloads is an online data bookstore that sells digitized data of a wide variety of books produced by various writers. It has been existing since May 2020. On this website, the works are lined up in a grid like this. You can enlarge or downsize the works, see them up close, or look through them by the order of names, prices, and so on. I wanted to treat the work unbiasedly, so I've made it look rather plain. If you don't know what to look at, just click on the Destiny button and the work will be randomly arranged like a roulette. So if you look at it and decide on it, I think we can recommend it because you must be destined to encounter that work. And since it's a data bookstore, you can output what you have downloaded using the method specified by the writer. Yes, you can enjoy it even to that extent. So there are things that you only look at on your devices, or you can print it out if you want to. And there are some things that can be established as reading the first time by cooking. So in some books, reading means cooking. I would like to introduce some works, or rather books, that are on sale. The first is a work called Keep Clear Of by a photographer named Tada. Tada-san had an exhibition of these works during the first state of emergency in 2020. So it was not actually open to the public, and no one was able to come to see it. People enjoyed watching the exhibition through live streaming. This work is a compilation of these records. On our site, you can buy the paper book. You cannot buy the paper book, excuse me, but when you buy it, you will receive a net print ID number. And by actually going to a convenience store like 7-Eleven and entering the number in the copy machine, you can download and seed the work. So we sell numbers, but the whole thing, including them, is the book. Next, let me talk about advertisement Kokoku volume 414. Kokoku means advertisement. Hakuhodo publishes a magazine called Kokoku, and the previous issue was a special feature called Writing. That issue included essays and columns to have its readers think about copyright and the work of writing. This book is also quite unique in selling. This is already an original 2,000 yen hardcover book. Apart from it, there is a book made by binding a bundle of copied pages of the original that looks like they were printed with a black and white copy machine. That is sold for 200 yen, and both of them are sold as official kokoku at bookstores. These two types of books were sold that match the theme of writing. So if you come to our site, you will be able to see the copied issue as well as the Word raw data book before being binded. And that is called the CC license or Creative Commons license. So depending on the item, it's okay to use it for secondary purposes. Or you may print it on a t-shirt and sell it, or you can use it as a material for university classes. I think it's good to make a large poster as well. InDesign files are also attached, so if you combine them, you may be able to create a kokoku or ad magazine. It is sold as material. We are taking an aggressive stance in appealing to people. And there are quite a few unique books, but what is Transbooks in the first place? I would like to explain what kind of activities we have been doing. Transbooks is an event that has been held since 2017, and the sales copy is, it keeps growing between the past and future. The media that thinks about books now, a bookstore that sells anything. Actually, for this event, we offer to artists, designers, photographers, etc., to create works of the theme of books and hold the exhibition and sell them. It's only 2 days. We open this bookstore in Jinbocho once a year, a total of 3 times. It is mainly run by artist Miyo Iizawa, web designer and programmer Toshi Hagiwara, graphic designer Yurie Hata, and myself. Since 3 of us with such titles are doing it, we not only select participating artists and the content of the project, but also the text to be posted, poster leaflets, and graphics. I think one of the features is that our team makes the websites for the event ourselves. We say books take on various forms as time goes by. What we were interested in the first place was around 2017, that e-books might replace all paper books. People used to say so, but I think that readers are choosing paperback books even now. I knew they would. They are audiobooks like Audible. And in the old days, books started from a clay plate, and there are various forms of books, and the content has changed. If you look at the art book fairs, many of them are published as paper books. But I thought it would be interesting if there was a bookstore selling everything, such as e-books, regardless of the media or media itself. I started my activities from that kind of standpoint. The venue looks like this when it was held in 2019. This is Transbooks, isn't it? Not downloads, when we were doing it as a real event. Yes. So the work is exhibited near the entrance, and visitors can buy the books at the cashier at the back. You can buy books at the end of your visit after seeing the work to your heart's content. I think it's a good idea. For 3 years, we decided to do it at this TAM co-working Tokyo, and with the goal of making it rich in content rather than making it bigger, we had the task of trying it as an update for 3 years in real event style. While we were doing this event, we often talked about content and container at meetings. A while ago, a media web theory said that a web was made of content and container. We actually are thinking of adopting this to book design. For example, if there is a project which is a container, content fills in the container. I think it's okay for us to start dealing with the container as well. If you think about books from there, the expression will be interesting. I think it would be interesting to make a book as we go back and forth between content and container with such expectations.
Well, this is because we all graduated from school majoring in media art and been involved in a lot of relevant exhibitions. In media art, there are expressions that we can use thanks to new technologies, implying that technology and expression, they are updating each other in a mutually beneficial way. When I thought about this, I realized that there are audiobooks, used books, as well as hardcovers, but they are all books. I started to wonder what exactly is a book as a container of books, containers, and contents. If we could think of all of them at once from a media perspective, I thought it must be interesting. When you make a book, you probably start with the contents and then decide on the size and the composition or the structure. But if you start with the structure and then the contents that will match, I think we'll be able to think about it in a completely different way. What's really interesting about books is that they transcend genres such as digital and analog, and they have a wide range of implications, therefore that they are a wonderful subject to think in terms of media. And that's what I'm thinking every day. I've been thinking about the project every year from this perspective. And after 3 years of the trans books, physical event, when we were thinking of the 4th year, it happened. Every year the event was held in November. And at the beginning of the year, we would start to think about what we're going to do on that year. But then came the coronavirus, and it really changed our lives drastically. When I look back to the old days, I was traveling overseas a lot, going on business trips a lot, having meetings face-to-face, drinking a lot. And for this purpose, we booked restaurants online, booking Airbnb online, and so forth. Online was used to support real-life activities, and I thought this relationship will continue. Then the real world has become so out of touch, and everything had to become online. We entered such an era. Meetings are all online. Drinking is online. Theater, performing arts are streamed online, even though they didn't know how to do it in the first place. Everything is going online. Thinking about things like trans books, contents, and containers, I think we've done a lot of experiments in the past. We have thought about bringing textures unique to the internet into the real world, and have done such experiments, including trans books. we were forced to rapidly go online, or lest the economy will not be able to run, and everyone was rushing, and thus online gaining momentum. But maybe it's not something that we have to do it by all means. If you're going to have to drink online, maybe you can have more fun by being a little more creative, taking a more critical look at the present stuff for a while, and think about possibilities between online and offline. There can be many. There was a time when I thought of this. So when I was thinking about what to do this year, since everyone was going in the same direction of uploading, why not making downloading the thing? Downloading can be as simple as dropping data into your computer, or it can be more abstract, such as watching a video on a smartphone, or printing it out and posting it at home, or using downloaded information to cook your meal. Well, there are various resolutions and levels of downloading, and so I thought, how about a book content that can be downloaded and enjoyed offline rather than online? That was the impetus for this project. It's a great challenge for the participating artists because it's going to be extremely difficult. What is a book? Then what is a download? We are asking them two different questions. Including the experience after downloading, I was expecting for things that were interesting, and so they were not a PDF file, but to think of what would happen after that, and the result is listed here. Maybe it's like downloading into your daily life. That, I believe, was the theme. We talked about contents and containers earlier, but after doing the downloads, in addition to contents and containers, you also talked about conveyors in the media theory. After the downloads, we found that depending on how the book is transported, the container is also determined, and the contents are also connected to it. And I think this was quite a discovery. Regarding delivery, it also helped us expand our ideas, which I think was another discovery. In terms of books and conveyors, there were first the lithograph books. We talked about this, but lithograph books they are difficult to distribute because they're too heavy. The paper is durable, and if you put it in a bundle, it can be accessed randomly, very easy to handle. Now, ISBN is assigned, distributed in a mass scale. Amazon has created a platform called Audible, which is a conveyor, so even if you distribute the audio, yet it is still called a book. Transportation, container, and content. They are intertwined pretty much with one another. This idea hit me once again and led me to create a platform called Downloads. We create the conveyor and the writers think about the content. It's the joint work between us. It's just like a further extension, isn't it? Until now, I've been doing real events. In a sense, you had to get there to Jinpocho in order to purchase the book. But this time, it's simply an internet download. It's available 24/7, no matter where you are in the world. I think we've created something new in terms of content and containers. What you got may differ depending on the convenience store you choose in terms of texture and the originality. That is also interesting. The timing you go to the convenience store too can be a part of an experience to purchase. I think it's an interesting experiment, including whether you would go in the morning on a very cold day. It's an interesting experiment to have such a design in place. In the first place, the age of the reader, the season when the book was read, such experience of reading itself is I believe, included in the concept of the book. I hope that books can be expanded to include various new experiences and further elaborated. And last year, we held an exhibition called Transbooks Download Exhibition. Although we are an online store, we wanted to create a place where people could see what kind of things that they can pick up in the store. And that's why we held the exhibition. I downloaded all the books currently, so printed them out and presented in this exhibition in December. As a bookstore, we held the exhibition, but most of the items sold were just paper bundles. It was quite aggressive, even though they were more than the paper bundles. It's interesting to be able to call ourselves a bookstore. Recently, I felt that various structures are permeating, thus giving us liberty to freely do many things in recent years. Being able to make this experience during the difficulties posed by COVID is truly meaningful. For example, this exhibition, if you want to do it overseas, it's simple because you can just download the data locally and make it available. It was quite interesting, and we were able to feel the potential of the project as the management team. I think we had many things to discuss. Transbooks Download is still open this year, so please drop by the site and enjoy downloading. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
あれ落ちた。あ、大丈夫。
東京 TDC 賞
TDC Annual Award
2021
2021.
TDC 賞
The TDC
ヘンリ
prize
ク・ク
goes
ーベ
to
ル
Henry Kubel
スコット・ウィリアムズ
Scott Williams of
WEA
WEA.
ヘンリク・クーベルさんによるプレゼンテーショ
Henry
ン
Kubel will be
続いて
presenting,
タイプディレ
followed
クタ
by
ー小
a
林明
message
さんのメ
from
ッセー
Type
ジをご
Director
紹介
Akira
します
Kobayashi.
Hello, everybody. Hello from London. I hope everyone is safe and healthy, and that we can all meet again soon. Once the vaccines around the world has been administered, I'm still waiting, but I'm hopeful, and I'm looking forward to reconnect with everybody again, the way we used to, face to face and human to human. Not just all this screen stuff. But for now, this is what we have, and this is what we adapted to, and it's good enough. Before I start, I would like to thank the TDC in Tokyo for recognizing our work with this great prize. It's a real honor to receive it, and also to be able to present to you the specifics of the project, the details, and the actual work itself. So without further ado, I'm gonna share my screen. I hope it works. You won't see me. You will see the work. The project started in January 2019 and was launched a year later in February 2020, a month before the whole world went into lockdown. There's one word that encapsulates our design brief at its core, and that was the word evolution, not revolution. Our brief was to understand and build on the heritage and history of the existing newspaper. In simple terms, to create a brand new but familiar looking reading experience in print, online, on mobile, and on tablet. So before we look at the fonts, let's look at the format of the paper. Weekendavisen is a broadsheet newspaper. This specific format is not common anymore. It is basically double the size of other newspapers, which over the last many years have adapted to what we know as the tabloid size for various reasons. Weekendavisen has always been a newspaper that has valued good design. So before I show our work, I want to share with you 3 designers that has had a significant impact on not just the newspaper, but also on our work. The first person is Knud V. Engelhardt, who worked on the paper when it was called Berlingske Tidende in 1913, and he created, amongst other things, a system for headlines, ads, and indeed also a masthead. He's perhaps mostly known for his sign face for Gento the Council, which I will come back to. The second important designer is Gunnar Billman Petersen, which was taught by Knud V. Engelhardt. Gunnar worked on the paper in the 30s, and he did many contributions, but one of his most important contributions was the crest, which is what we're looking at here is his original artwork for small sizes, and this is exactly what we used as the base for our redesign of this specific part of the job. It's a job we did in very close collaboration with master engraver Martin Mørk. Martin created a simplified drawing of the crest, which we see here, and my part of this was to turn it into a digital format and also to add the lettering in the ribbon we see on both sides here. This slide shows the detail of some of the microtype I drew. Is less than 2 millimeters high when seen in print. I'm particularly proud of some of the details, which are of course directly linked to the original crest. The third designer is Erik Ellegaard Frederiksen, who worked on the newspaper from 1989 and was responsible for a very large redesign. His main contribution was the masthead, which we can see here is in two decks, in two lines. We can also see the inspiration for this lettering, which is his. In this case, is the original source, the 2 lines, English number 6 and number 5 from Stevenson Blake's Foundry. A version of this is also known as model number 20. Regardless, one of his main contributions was this masthead, which he's split in two, and to achieve let's call it a tight lockup, he dropped the dot on the I and created a ligature with the V. This is a detail that's significant in the newspaper's masthead, also when it went on to a single line. It's something we retained when we were redesigning the masthead, which we'll see. Here's a detail from our version, the redesigned version. And then there's the fourth person in the mix, which is myself. I designed in 2007 a display font for headlines for the newspaper. It was still in use when up until the day the redesign launched, and it was used for headlines throughout the newspaper only. Let's start from the top with the masthead, which was very much a separate design commission together with the seal. Here we see, on this slide, we see the existing masthead, and popping up from below is our redesigned version. Again, it's an evolution, not a revolution. Of course, it's wildly different in its detail and drawing, but it's kind of the same. This slide shows a detail. It's a scan from the actual printed newspaper. On the left we have the old masthead, and on the right we have the new version. And here we see our design applied on the redesigned newspaper. Now it's time to talk about fonts. Thought I'd just show you a detail of the cat N from the hairline display font. Here's an image from my sketchbook, and it's kind of this page is important because during our many meetings with the client, I was making a chart of the typefaces that they were using in the newspaper, and as we can see, there are quite a lot of different fonts originating from various parts of the world. We have Garamond they were using for text, which originates from France, but they were using an American version, digital version of that. Then they used for all online, they used Futura, which we know is German. They also used Sentry at one point, and then of course they used the display font I did, which is, let's say, it was designed in UK but by a Danish designer. So all this kind of the variety of fonts from different places in the world was something we wanted to change, and this was a great opportunity for. Basically, for the first time in the history of the newspaper, they would have a suite of fonts, all designed by the same hand and all designed by a Danish designer. Which kind of makes sense. So, let's look at the body copy fonts. One thing was clear from the beginning, and that was the font they had, which was Garamond, was not suited anymore. The X height was simply too small for any person of age to have a comfortable reading experience. We looked at a whole host of our existing fonts, including a selection of newspaper fonts, which I had designed recently. What we see here is a condensed chart of a font called FM. There's the font Standard I did for the Evening Standard in UK. There's a font next to that. It's the Newark fonts I did for an Irish newspaper. And then there's the font I first started working on for this newspaper, which is based on the masthead. It's called, it's like a classic Typeface. I spent a lot of time on this and did all the weights and all the italics, but it was rejected by the client, as I think it was a little bit too dusty and old-fashioned. I liked it, but hey, this was an opportunity to think again and indeed to draw a new font. And what we see here is where we ended up with the body copy fonts. Here's a slide comparing these two specific letters. I mean, they're kind of the same, but very, very different. And here's my cat Michael. Thought it's a nice break. He's my go-to buddy when the day has been a bit too long and I just need to be reminded of the real world and not just the font world that I seem to be all consumed by. Our total delivery of fonts are 56, including a condensed set of fonts, which I think I forgot to submit that to the TDC. Anyway, this slide features all of the styles, a hairline, all the display fonts, the text fonts, and the sans. And now I'm just gonna go. Now I'm just going to run through some of the various categories of fonts. So the display hairline font, skrift on this slide means typeface in Danish. Here's the core glyph set. Of course, all of the fonts contain very large character sets supporting multiple languages. Here's some words in Danish. They translate to society, culture, books, ideas, factual, nature, and chaos. Perhaps a good word for what is going on in the world at the moment. What you can see is that we incorporated this square dot on all of the I's and J's, something we also have in the masthead. So there's a nice consistency between that and the headline fonts. Here's the display font, which is a layer down. It's slightly less contrast, but still high contrast. Multiple weights and styles. Some interesting bits going on. The second last line is an interesting ligature. Here we just see the some text set and a slide showcasing how the display fonts sit with the hairline fonts and the sans and the text face. This is very much the look all the online mobile stuff has, but it's not something I'm going to show in this presentation. Here are the body copy fonts. See the weight range from extra light, light, regular, book, medium, semi-bold, bold, and black, and of course italics. And the last font in the set is the sans. I call it a historical Danish sans with a contemporary look. It's of course inspired by Knud V. Engelhardt's Gentofte council alphabet, which he did in 1927, I think. What I highlighted with red circles are not some trendy design feature. They are the core DNA from his work. This is Danish type design heritage and is unique to our country. If you're Danish, you instantly recognize the link. Something I could not use it. It had to go into the sans, and especially knowing that he was also associated and worked indeed on the very early versions of the newspaper back in 1913. So here we have the master weights from thin to black, the core character set, text set out. Who doesn't like to look at a sans in a large point? We also designed the condensed style of the sans, and of course the W, which was a separate design commission for all of the online platforms. We're nearly done. The next and final part of this presentation will show the fonts applied and the newspaper being printed. Here's the team on press when the redesign rolled off. It was a big day for everyone. It was a year in the making, and a lot of this is going on. A lot of close looking and checking. Something we did throughout the whole process, but when the paper's there and when it's being printed, the first edition, then you do a final check, and it's just it was extraordinary to be part of that. Here's just a clip of the printing. It's very noisy. And you can see here that on the last slide, it's like the newspapers go from like a 3-story press, and then they roll out in big holes. And what we see here, they basically, so during their journey from the press to where they've been packed on pallets, so they're drying on these long racks that basically flies in the air. Here is the final newspaper. The content section here. It's a rather large format. It's where they introduced the new typefaces. Here's this in Danish. It's a well-dressed paper. And re-premiere. have a very large culture section also. One of my favorite artists. Beautiful spreads. The smaller insert also. We have an idea section for kits. Some more use of the sands here. See here in large point. Book section. Awesome. That's it. Some of the more recent front pages. And I'm just gonna to end with. I just want to share a couple of details of the actual newspaper, the printed paper, which is beautifully and expertly designed by Katinka Book, who's the art director, and her team of designers at the newspaper. Here we see the hairline display with a little glimpse of the sans condensed. We see the light version of the body copy, and we see the regular on the right in small text. It's the culture section. See the three fonts together again. It's and a close-up of a column of text. You see the sharp type we designed for body copy. It kind of softens a little bit when it's being printed on newsprint, which makes it for very legible and easy on the eye reading experience, which is what we set out to achieve. It's also highly legible, mainly because of the fact that it has a large X height, but that's something you do with newspaper fonts, which we all know. And this is how the paper launched. One of the main things was that they introduced a new section with culture in the paper, and that was in very large format. And of course, well, here's a very large format advertisement at the harbour in Copenhagen. It's nice to see you font this size. I think the letters are a meter tall. Last but very important is for me to acknowledge all of the team that was behind and part of this redesign. I'm done. Thank you for listening. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in Tokyo. I hope we all meet again soon. Thank you for listening. Arigato, and stay safe.
Hello, I am Akira Kobayashi of Monotype Company, Germany. The prize-winning work I am presenting is in Denmark. There's a newspaper once a week that is published, Newspaper Weekend Avisen, and the font used there, WEA. The newspaper company is in Copenhagen, and the newspaper is composed of 4 pillars: society, culture, books, ideas, science ideas. And to gauge these 4 pillars, the readers ask questions. The reason why we call it a font collection means that it's not a family. It's not bundled under one design rule, but fonts that on the surface appears different as they are designed separately under one media and plays their own role. It's like a bundled project. The sans-serif font, according to the use size, there are 3 types: the heading, there's 2, the hairline, and the display. The thin line is extremely thin and highlights the cultural aspects. And for the text, the body, there's a size called text, and that's a small size and design, so it's easy to read. So the overall proportion has the header and the text size, well, they've aligned, but the detail design is very, very different. And for the sans serif font, it's used in part of the headers, or it is used for the text part on the web version, and is also used in small headers. So when you look at this font type of group, what is overwhelming is the outstanding balance. A media like a newspaper, the article has to give an impression that it's trustworthy. And when you see a newspaper with this font, before you even read the articles, it has the power to convey that trust visually. And I think that is the power of these letters. When you say a well-balanced font, you might think it's versatile, lack of individuality, not leave an impression. But when you look at the details, in various areas there's fresh designs. The header size, the hairline and the display size. The lower character INJ's dot is a square. This is a quite bold experimental design. But when you actually read that on the newspaper page or a set of sentences, the dot is a square. You don't have much hesitation, or perhaps if you're not tall, you don't even realize. And the other letter designs is because it's intellectually organized, and because it gives that impression. I think in the overall balance, the I and the J dot doesn't stand out. And for the same serif text size design, when you look at this, it's more organic. The thick and the thin, there's less contrast. And for the INJ's dot, it's like a round, like a normal one. And it's a small size. There's nothing that stands out, but it's designed so it's easy to read. And for the sans serif, there's the variation sans, and that's Denmark's great industrial designer Knud Engelhardt's idea, which has been inherited to today. Engelhardt designed 100 years ago, used for roadside bird, the alphabet epoch-making diagonal processing is used. And not only is this distinctive, but I think that this is also functional. Through this diagonal processing, the spacing of the letters is well balanced, and the upper character M and W is wide, that's also characteristic, and among the font set, it curves the like of M and W to be too strong. So these characteristic Denmark design, by referring to and by paying respect, they've processed it to modern, which I think really secures the position of this newspaper. These three types, serif and sans serif, a medium voice, Weekendavisen, was created using this font, which is the project. It's serene, intellectual, and cultural. The competence of the designers who've been able to combine these voices deserves high recognition. Henrik Hubel and Scott Williams, congratulations for the prize.
Tokyo TDC Annual Award 2021, the TDC Prize, Kei Kawade, Calorie Mate to Programmer. The presentation will be by Kei Kawabe and Sarah Kosuke, followed by Message of Art Director Kaoru Kasai. Hello, I am Kawabe, the designer. I am Sarah, the planner. Thank you for this wonderful prize, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about our work. The advertisement for which we received the prize is a product called Calorie Mate Liquid from Otsuka Pharmaceutical. Calorie Mate is a dietary supplement that contains the 5 major nutrients that humans need in a well-balanced manner. We started from an orientation session to probe what kind of communication would be effective to sell calorie-made liquid to office workers. Many desk workers tend to be devoted to their work when the switch is turned on, to the extent that they tend to forget to eat and lose their nutritional balance. However, if you get sick, of course you won't be able to do your job. Nutritional balance is indispensable for logical thinking and any type of work that requires concentration. We decided to narrow down our communication target to programmers and engineers from among a wide range of desk workers. These are people that have a left-brain attitude about meals and require lots of concentration to the extreme, as well as tasks based on logical thinking. This is how the idea of calorie-made programmer was born. The idea is quite simple. We created an ad by using programming language, which is something that only programmers could understand, and created messages and ads that would only resonate with them. We used more than one programming language. There are various programming languages such as Java, C, and Ruby. Using these various languages, we created multiple types of messages with rhetoric that could make programmers grin. Now I would like to talk about the messages. This message indicates that calorie-made liquid is a drink that contains the 5 major nutrients. Calorie-made liquid is an item that supports humans. This message expresses that calorie-made liquid is a nutritionally balanced drink grounded on pharmaceutical knowledge. This message expresses that you cannot proceed unless you enter all of the 5 nutrients in the input form on the web. This message is a joke code that uses what we call a table code, commonly used in HTML, to say that there is a calorie-made liquid next to the PC on the table. This message tells you that you want calorie-made liquid to be taken into your body when you think by using the tag head and body, often used in HTML. This message is written with the code Hello World, which is something that you learn first in programming, and the message that you should also drink calorie-made liquid first to make yourself a hello body. This message suggests that you recheck your refrigerator to find a nutritionally balanced drink. This message utilizes the loop statement, which is often used in programming, urging people to try drinking calorie-made liquid in order to maintain a good nutritional balance and maintain a good level of job performance. This message also utilizes the loop statement to take a short break and drink calorie-made liquid, and when you feel your nutrition level is going low when you are writing codes.
This message says, if you are a human being, as long as you live, you need nutrition. This message says, if you are AI, you need power. If you are human, you need nutrition. This message is made using the Ruby. It's about exceptional handling using a description use when an error occurs. It says when there's an error in your nutritional balance, go and get calorie made liquid. This message is written using the binary code or by using the numbers 0 and 1. The sentence is calorie made liquid. Next, let's talk about LP. In addition to the LP for the general public, we created a CUI mode LP that only programmers can enjoy. CUI mode is a website that produces the command input screen used by the programmers. Instead of clicking on the button, you can see the contents by typing in the code. In addition to the code that any programs can use, the site also offers a variety of hidden commands. Among the hidden elements in the code called super programming, there's a silhouette of calorie made. It's written, but in addition to this, when executed, automatic animation will run, which will surprise programmers. It's pretty long, but here's the video. In this way, we have focused the various measures into a small community of programmers. I think we were able to create a new form of design and advertising. Thank you very much again for this wonderful award. Lastly, due to the impact of coronavirus, we continue to work remotely. Please do not get too much involved in your work and get yourself good and balanced nutrition. Please take care and thank you very much.
Calorie Mate 2 Programmer. So this work was selected for the TDC prize, and I think it's wonderful. Congratulations. With the effect of the COVID pandemics, the first judge was not the actual object, but on the PC received on the email. But at that preliminary stage, this Calorie Mates ad, this poster, despite only being able to see it on the small PC screen. My hand stopped. And the reason why my hand stopped is that it's this familiar yellow background with CalorieMate logo. And it's that usual, that CalorieMate's ad. When I say that ad, there's a couple that comes into my mind. There's this CalorieMate world inside me. But when I saw this poster at the situation, it was surrounded by a completely different atmosphere. It was really refreshing. And when I took a close look, I was only briefly able to understand it's a CalorieMate ad. Can that be called an ad rather than that question? It's because it's that CalorieMate. It must be that they want to convey something. I think it's because CalorieMate has a proper history or the goodness of the product. I think that this poster can be as it is what I could predict. So from that perspective, the trust was already there. So with those things collateralized, I am just viewing is how I view when I analyze the way I viewed it. And before I even knew, sounds a bit strange, but as we repeated the vote number of times, it was selected as the TDC prize, which means I think the other judges probably had the similar impression. And what I gradually found out is that this is what you call a programming language, is how the words are constructed. So when you look at it, of course, I don't know that side of the world. I mean, I don't have a clue. But as I said at the outset, CalorieMate is trying to convey something that really came across strongly. And also, more than anything, this Shibuya station, when you see the signboard on that passage, the landscape of the city itself changes. It's like there's a different space that is different from the normal space. I don't really like this trendy thing. It's not that I don't dislike, but it's not that I love it. But for this signboard, especially the signboard, I was able to feel the good trendiness of now, whether it's rational. I don't like it to be calculated, but it's a calculation that I can't even see that calculation. And this time, that this is a various programming languages, and they're trying to convey something that can only be conveyed perhaps to the programmers. But there are a lot of trucks, and very, very skillfully it's kind of drawn in, is what I've found out later. But the fact that I found out that later, it means that I was drawn in. So even if you can't resolve it then, CalorieMate, for those people in those programmers, or even if you're not a programmer, for the modern people, it is a necessary balance. And it says here, to those who pause, devote oneself to that activity, is a nutrition balance. Because you've got that Japanese, and I really don't know anything about programming, but I don't really use PC that often in my daily lives, but I did search. And then I really saw the width and the depth. So from that perspective, for programmers and for non-programmers, for the modern people, CalorieMate is a necessity. Even despite it was a poster that I could not read, it was conveyed. And I think that is the power of the graphic design, the design of thinking and the depth of the product that this CalorieMate has. So with the skillful combination, I think it's established. And I think that they've nailed it. It was refreshing and very trendy. And for a senior person like me, it feels good. It's brilliant. So I thought it was really wonderful. Congratulations.
Tokyo TDC Annual Awards 2021 TDC Prize
Yichao,
Zhang Haude, Wen Donghua, Guang Mi, The Cantonese Observation Exhibition. Mr. Liu Zhao, Mr. Zhang Haude will give a presentation followed by a message by Art Director Katsumi Asaba.
Hello， 大家好，我是刘钊。Hello， 大家好，我是郝德。非常荣幸我们能够获得东京 TDC 2021 TDC 奖，也很激动。感谢 TDC 组委会，对，感谢我们公司团队对这个作品付出的努力。感谢超级文和友给我们提供了一个这么大的实践的空间。还有最感谢广州我们所处的这个城市的这种文化，给我们这个作品提供那么多的素材。那下面由我来介绍一下整个背后的一些故事。粤语非常丰富，使用也非常广泛，在广州、香港，甚至是耶鲁大学，都有专门研究粤语的课程和书籍资料。同时，粤语也有自己的音标，它的音标还有很多个版本，比如广州版本、香港版本，还有耶鲁版本等等。每个版本的读法呢也不一样，所以讲什么广州语言观察展并不是一个粤语的教学展，它其实是一个脱离了传统教科书式的一个语言探索展。我们花了很多精力去收集了很多的粤语的资料，然后我们对粤语进行重新的编辑和整理，才有了讲什么广州语言观察展的这样的一个呈现。这也是我们团队参与的第一个生成内容，同时也输出展览形式的展览策划项目。2020年，超级文和友落地广州，这个是他们开出的第一家旗舰店。他们希望和我们一起做一个关于广州本土语言文化的一个展览，作为他们的开业展。我们就一拍即合，就有了这个讲什么广州语言观察展的这样的一个契机。这个是超级文和友的一个内部空间。第一张图呢，其实是他们的入口，中间这一张是他们的中间的一个很重要的一个中庭景点，然后右边这一张是他们的一个餐饮空间。超级文和友呢，其实是一个市井生活的博物馆。他们找了电影制景团队，把空间还原成70、80年代广州城中村的这种样子。拥挤的过道、握手窗户、斑驳的这种墙面，都是通过电影团队来还原的。然后这个也是他们的重要的卖点之一。然后这个里面聚集了广州本土最有名的小吃。人们在享受小吃的同时，也在体验超级文和友带来的这种穿越感。基于超级文和友的这种市井气息呢，我们希望在展览的内容选择上面也尽量的日常一些，也尽量的市井一些，跟它的这种气质能够匹配得到，这是第一点。第二点呢，我们觉得语言本身是一种通俗文化，如果你把它做得很雅致呢，那必然不会引起太多观众的共鸣。那如果说我们尽量选择一些粗俗的、有趣的这种俚语，它可能会给观众留下很深刻的印象。基于这样的一个前提呢，所以我们选择了一些粤语俚语中的一些词语，然后对它们进行重新分类和编辑，然后我们就做了这个8个部分，把这个8个部分呢呈现在这个超级文和友的这个空间里面。第一个部分呢，这个是粤语中的关于菜名的粗口，然后我们借用了一个成语叫粗茶淡饭来去作为这个板块的标题。广州人爱吃，他们爱吃的这种程度呢，你可能都无法想象，蛇虫鼠蚁基本上没有不吃的，所以广州人喜欢用食物来以物喻物。我想举几个例子，这个是叉烧，左边这块叉烧呢是广式的一种烧腊，那么父母呢通常会用这句话呢去形容自己的孩子不争气，连块叉烧都不如。
生嚿叉燒多過生你啦。
左边这个是蛋散，蛋散呢是 广式的一种油炸食品。所以如果有人在跟你这样去说的时候，
成個蛋散咁，
其實在說你不中用，像蛋散一樣一夾就碎。豬油糕，豬油糕是一種廣式的糕點。
食咗成擔豬油膏咩？
這個其實是在講形容人做事慢慢吞吞、磨磨蹭蹭。在這個裡面其實還有很多這樣的詞語，然後我就不一一去解釋它是什麼意思。這個是我們在老字號的餐廳裡面都會常見到的一些菜牌，他們用非常直觀的方式去把菜名寫在這種亞克力板上面，然後包括價錢都在這個上面。所以我們把這兩種形式，我們的語言和這個菜牌去做了一個結合。這是我們在現場呈現的時候關於粵語菜名的出口。那當然裡面有一些是過於露骨的，我們就以這種寫好之後再擦掉的方式去呈現。這是其他的一個畫面。那這是當時展覽的現場，我們把它這樣密密麻麻的掛在一起。那其中這裡面有很多其實都是實物，那麼同時它又兼顧了另外的一個意思，所以有很多觀眾當時都還沒有分清楚這個裡面到底哪些是實物，哪些不是實物。然後這是一個局部細節。第二個部分是粵語中關於雞的俗語，然後我們也引用了一個成語無雞不成宴來作為這個部分的標題。因為在廣州其實雞是餐桌上必不可少的一個食物，廣州人非常愛吃雞，但是我們這裡面的雞呢又不是一個食物，它是一個形容詞。然後我們借用了路邊餐飲的招牌燈箱，我們用這種燈箱和這種雞的形容詞做了一個結合，我們做了這樣的一些燈箱出來。這個是偷雞。
入面有好多雞，有陣時要學識偷雞。
偷雞的意思其實是礦掘和礦工。
死雞撐飯蓋。
這個指的是形容人很犟。
靜雞雞。
靜悄悄的，像雞走路一樣墊着腳尖。這個是當時的一個展覽空間，展覽空間在一個非常狹窄的過道裡面，我們把燈箱都集中在右邊這面牆上面，然後這是一個細節圖，然後我們還有一些平面圖，然後這個是牆的對面，然後它因為有窗戶，所以我們把很多的這些展覽關於雞的形容詞呢，又以手寫的方式去放在了這面牆上面，這是從外面看過來的一個角度。第三個部分是粵語中的語氣助詞，我們也引用了一個詞語叫隨口啊來作為這個展覽的標題。語氣助詞的意思其實是說我們在粵語的出口裡面有很多的詞語，你加一個詞和加很多個詞，它們的意思其實是一樣，但是它可以表現出你當時的語氣和你的情緒的不同。我們看個視頻。
黐咗邊條線？黐撚咗邊條線？黐撚咗邊條閪線？黐撚咗邊閪條柒線？黐撚鳩閪咗邊撚條柒線？
通過這個視頻可以看到，其實我們所加的任何一個詞，其實它們的意思都是一樣的。所以因為在這個裡面，這個詞是屬於非常露骨的出口，所以我們在呈現的時候也盡量的避免一些不必要的麻煩，因為在中國你展示這樣的一些出口是非常不文明的，而且是會被審查的。所以呢，我們在選擇在做這樣的事情的時候，我們盡量的把這些詞語留出來，我們自己沒有去填這個詞，因為它其實你可以填中間的任何一個，它的意思其實都可以是一樣，但是它的語氣是不一樣的。然後我們就留了很多這種填空的空間，給到觀眾去自己去感受中間的這層意思。這是當時的展覽現場。然後我們其實我們自己做了一個示意，然後我們用手機的加一個詞進去，其實它的意思是一樣的。像這個他們讀法是叫 sorry， 其實意思就是我在跟你道歉，但是呢我又很不服氣的在道歉。 这些其实是在我们生活中其实我们非常有趣的一些语句。第4个部分是中英谐音的一个部分，我们用了一个10问9不应这样一个词作为它的这个标题。因为在广州其实是一个中国最早的通商口岸，然后呢因为有很多外国人进来广州，所以他们就有很多音译和数字就慢慢变成了一个新的语言特色，比如的士和 taxi 之间的一种变化，然后结合这种通商口岸的这种非常潮的这种角色，所以我们在当时将这个部分的设计形式呢，我们用了很多的彩色的纸，然后把文和友入口的几个柱子全部用这种纸把它包起来，然后我们找了很多彩色纸，然后做了这样的字模之后，用喷漆的方式去把文字喷上去，这些都是字模，这些是喷好的一部分，然后我们再用人工这样去用浆糊去贴在这样的柱子上面，这是贴上去的一个效果。因为这个楼层非常的高，所以它的施工难度非常的大，但是它的效果也非常的震撼。还有这样的一些画面。然后当时我们也做了很多的这些不同的类似像海报一样的这样的一些标语，我们贴在了整个文和友的空间里面。第5个部分其实是绕口令，那么我们也用了一个绕口令来去作为这个展览的标题。绕口令呢在粤语里面非常的复杂，所以能读好的人其实也并不太多。
入食物實驗室撳緊10個緊急掣。
我们把珐琅灯和这种绕口令，珐琅灯的无限循环和绕口令做了一个结合，所以我们在这样的一个非常狭小的封闭空间里面，我们放了很多的珐琅灯，然后每个珐琅灯下面呢都配备了一个音箱，它可以去把每个的珐琅灯的读音读出来，然后这是当时的一个平面效果。然后我们想给观众一个非常沉浸式的体验。第6个部分是童谣信报箱。为什么会把童谣和信报箱这2个进行结合呢？首先因为我们进到家门的第一件事情是其实是可能是去信报箱去拿报纸或者是牛奶去回到家，但是其实这个我们认为这是最接近家的一个状态，那我们把小孩子的声音跟信报箱这样去做一个结合。然后我们做了一个装置，一个通过光感去呈现的装置，然后你打开这个信报箱，它就可以听到一首童谣。我们邀请了广州的几所幼儿园，采集了几10首这样的儿歌，然后去把这个儿歌就打散在这个空间里面。
月光光照地堂，
月光光是广州最有名的一首儿歌。然后我们在每一个里面呢都做了这样的一些牌子，去表明是告诉他这是哪一首歌，然后这是当时的展览现场。第7个部分是粤语的叠词，我们用了一个口花花这样的一个标题来作为展览的这个部分的标题。那么这个部分呢，我们是把它放在了广州的太古汇，是在超级文和友旁边整个广州最高端的一个商场里面，他们希望呢它能够呈现的语言部分是稍微有情调一些，更高级一些，所以我们选择了叠词。然后叠词其实是在粤语里面 ABB、AAB 或者是 AABB 这样的一个组合词语，它们其实是有一种形成了一种非常独特的语言魅力。
咁黃色咧黃琴琴。青咧青 B B， 咁白咧白雪雪，金金滑滑，黑黑掹掹，烏烏質質做咩？係
夢茶茶方濕濕薄，黐黐黐，青 B B 脆卜卜。
在粤语里面呢，它有9声6调，所以我们做了9个不同尺寸的屏幕，然后去代表9个不同的音标。所以当时你出现的是哪一个音标，我们呢就哪一个屏幕去闪现。 形成这样的一个片子。第8个部分呢是稿面，其实这个是最早我们展览的主题，但是因为担心很多的非粤语人士看不懂，所以我们最后将主题定成了讲什么。所以整个这个展览的核心就是讲什么，其实就是我们日常的广州人的对话当中，他们会去怎么去沟通，怎么去讲，这个其实是我们展览最核心的一个主题思想。我们挑选了广州的阿伯最喜欢穿的汗衫，然后我们在汗衫上印上这些粤语的信息，然后去以模拟对话的方式去做了这样的一个艺术装置。
噏得就噏，隨口噏當秘笈，牙齒當金使，講大話甩大牙。
这个是我们当时在2个展区都有不同的展览呈现的形式。然后在太古汇展区呢，我们把 T 恤的体量做得特别大，然后在文和友展区呢，我们形成的是一个可以穿的汗衫。这个是文和友展区里面的，这是其中的一面墙。当然还有一些汗衫是挂在了他们的窗户里面，然后我们去还原更真实的场景。这是太古汇展区，然后我们像一个大聚会一样，我们有很多这样的一些语言呈现在这个里面。然后最后我再说一下展览的形象，因为我们认为粤语是一个非常丰富的一个语种，所以我们不想用单一的字体文字去呈现这样丰富的一个展览，我们用了非常非常多的字体。那当然这个里面也非常感谢方正字库和汉仪字库给到我们的一些支持，然后他们授权给我们使用了他们字库里面所有的字体。然后我们在做海报的时候呢，我们就是以每一个块面的一个板块的内容，然后我们这样去形成这样的一块拼凑在一起的一个异形的海报。这是海报贴在空间里面的效果。那么在这个展览手册的时候呢，我们也是做了一个每一块尺寸不一样的一个活页装订的一个方式。那么这样呢，可以让在展览在变动的时候，它可以我们随时更改，或者是增加里面的内容和信息。我们也做了一个有声的邀请函，因为我们觉得语言呢，它一定要通过声音才能够呈现，所以我们在做这个邀请函的时候，我们就做了一款有声音的邀请函。
只剛剛照地堂。
你打开之后是一个粤语的儿歌，我们将随口啊这个部分呢，我们又单独把它放大了一些，所以我们做了很多这种填词的等位卡，然后也是有很多空格，然后我们就像填字游戏一样，我们把这里面这些语气助词我们都可以填在里面。当然这些东西都可以自己填，这是我们回收回来的一些资料。这个就是我们整个广州语言展所做的一个展现。谢谢大家。
Congratulations on winning the TDC prize for Cantonese observation exhibition. Cantonese really intrigues me. And the kanji menu really triggers my curiosity. When you go to different restaurants, the first thing that jumps into our eyes is the kanji. Japanese people borrowed kanji from China, so I think it's good that we can understand somewhat. I don't really understand Cantonese to be exact, but I don't think there is that much of a difference in the kanji itself, as I observe it. Observation is very important for designers. So after waking up in the morning, the designer keeps observing. It's really nice to convert those observations into a piece of artwork. As for the department store which you chose this time, it is a big building and there are many restaurants in it. Cantonese food is at the pinnacle of all Chinese cuisine. And when a Japanese person picks up a Chinese menu, he would look at it and try to understand it as much as possible. Well, I love the kanji character for porridge, which is a combination of rice sandwiched between two bowls, isn't it? When I see this kanji, I always order porridge with great peace of mind. Though Cantonese cuisine is the essence of Chinese cooking, if you go to a big restaurant in Guangzhou, you will be pleasantly surprised with the 10 or so delicious dishes that are served one after another. This time, you observed the Cantonese language and expressed it as a menu, as I understand. I was quite impressed with those characters on the flashy pink signboards with that nostalgic style from the 1970s, or maybe it was in the early 80s. It is nothing special, but I think it is good that you used a lot of characters that were written normally. It's quite a challenge to get a TDC prize with these kind of characters, but I went to Beijing 2 years ago before COVID. There, I noticed that color plays a significant role in expression, and just by putting a kanji character on top of that color, you are able to express a new character. So I wondered, maybe that kind of style was becoming popular all over China. It's not really about being modern, but there are a lot of so-called Chinese ethnicities and nostalgic elements that are all being put into play.
Flashback. This was the title of Jianping He's first solo exhibition in Japan. It was called Flashback. Written in English, the title, black letters, was hanging on the linden tree. I thought Jianping He's underwear is hanging on the tree, but it was quite a wonderful exhibition. I just recall this. In a time like this, we tend to look back to many things. In order to create a new era, I think it's very important to look back. And I thought that the Cantonese observation project was a nice way of looking back on the past era. I went to China for the first time in 1979. I had a ping pong team called Tokyo King Kong, and just we were celebrating our 5th anniversary. We had an invitation and told that we are able to enter China. I took 18 members together with me. It was a long trip of 18 days. We first entered Shenzhen and walked across the bridge to get there. Then I took a train from Shenzhen for about 2 hours and entered Guangzhou. But there were a newspaper press and around 1,000 spectators. I thought there must have been some track and field competition. I got on the bus to meet the headmaster, and when I came back, I saw that there were 2 ping pong tables set up. They were going to have a ping pong match with teachers who are from ethnic minorities. This was the moment when I hit a smash right in the middle of the play. I just recalled playing ping pong in front of 1,000 people. It's just pleasant flashback. Then we went into a restaurant in Guangzhou. As the saying, food is in Guangzhou shows, if I go to Guangzhou, I really would want to go to a fine restaurant and enjoy a meal. There was a restaurant called the North Country Restaurant. They serve an amazing 10 different dishes. For appetizer, they serve goose liver, and of course there is Shaoxing wine. Then there was shark fin soup, chopped chicken, deep fried shrimp and scallions, tree-ear and shrimp, and swallow's nest soup. This one is very expensive. There was also mullet and vegetables stewed, raccoon meat and black forest mushrooms also stewed. Roasted suckling pig was also served. This is also a Beijing dish. There was a soup of snake, chicken, and chrysanthemum. I was wondering what the snake was, but it seemed to be a cobra. At the end of the meal, we were served a dessert with fruit. It's gorgeous. I don't really get to write down what I ate, but I happened to have a notebook at that time, and I was surprised to find out that I have actually eaten 10 items. Observation is very important for a designer, so it is best to go to various countries and observe various new things and reflect them into your own work. Congratulations.
Tokyo TDC Prize 2021 Special Prize Kazunari Hattori Hirosaki Museum of Contemporary Art. Presentation by Kazunari Hattori, followed by Art Director Noriaki Hayashi's message. Hello, I am Kazunari Hattori. Today I would like to share regarding Hirosaki Brick Warehouse Museum, in English is Hirosaki Museum of Contemporary Art. I will be sharing the VI of this museum. Hirosaki is in Aomori Prefecture in the Tsugaru region. That region with hefty snow. And is Japan's #1 apple producing areas and synonymous for its cherry blossom. When you actually go there, you see this Mount Iwaki right in front of you, and it's beautiful. And it's a really nice town. The town didn't have a museum, so therefore decided to create a new museum of contemporary art, which was the project. Originally, there was this brick warehouse that was built 100 years ago. And this was the photograph before it was rebuilt to a museum. But there was this warehouse, and it was to rebuild this to a new museum. And I say this warehouse, I call it a warehouse, but it was an alcohol brewery, a Japanese sake brewery. And at one time after the war, Cider, apple liquor, it was an apple liquor brewery. And in the 2000s, Yoshitomo Nara is from Hirosaki, and Mr. Nara utilized this place to have an exhibition. And I think that may have been one of the trigger to create a museum. The architecture of this museum was handled by Tsuyoshi Tane. This is the photograph just after completion. So this kind of museum was built. Naoya Hatakeyama has been recording from the process of the warehouse until it was rebuilt to a museum. And also Mr. Hatakeyama has been taking photographs as a record. And also this photograph is of Mr. Hatakeyama. Tane-san is that this brick warehouse was really loved by the citizens, and wanted to try to inherit as much as possible while passing on to the future as a museum. What is very characteristic is this roof. The roof is golden. This comes from the seedle, the apple olica. Seedle gold is where it comes from. You can see this roof covered in gold with the red color of the brick and the golden roof. And the triangle roof of the building, coupled with that, it's become a really symbolic architecture. For designing these logos, there were a couple of things I thought at the outset. One is regarding this name. In Japanese, it's Hirosaki Brick Warehouse Museum, and in English, it's Hirosaki Museum of Contemporary Art, which is Hirosaki Museum of Contemporary Art, and the abbreviation Hirosaki Moka. So there were three names. And the meaning of the English and the Japanese is different. And there's three separate names. And I thought that was the difficult part. And through logo, I was thinking whether I could come up with any way to congregate these three separate names into one image, is what I thought vaguely. Another thing is that normally when we say logo or a mark, it's like a slogan type banner, or you try to create something symbolic. But in the case for this museum, I didn't think that would go well. The building is visually very, very symbolic. So there's this building's visual image. And against that, if the logo is also visual and try to create some different symbolic value, I don't think that the relation would nicely go. So rather, a different way from a symbolic value, I want to think of a design so that I could create an identity of this museum. And I was thinking of a good way to do that. And also the image of this architecture, I had to think of how to uphold that balance with the image of the architecture. It's really profound. It's a brick warehouse. And it's like a stateless building. And the interior too. As it is rebuilt by trying to leave as much as possible, inevitably, it's a building where you feel the history. And the interior, there is an exhibition room with a white wall, but the main room is a brick wall room. And when it was a factory, the brick wall was covered with the black cold tile. So there's this huge black wall which has a very, very strong image. So there's these kind of walls. So overall, it's a building with great gravity. That is very characteristic, and that's mesmerizing. And in this unique spacious, there's this huge open ceiling space. And if you utilize that well, you could probably hold exhibitions that can only be conducted here. So that's the kind of museum. So again, it's this kind of architecture of the museum. If the logo I design, whether it tilts towards the image of the architecture or goes to a different direction is what I thought. And of course, I think that there were ways that I could have converged, but intentionally, I separated from history, the profoundness to the building. Rather than that, I chose a more lighter logo to make it more neutral. And that's what I thought, how I wanted to present.
Well, for one thing, I think it's also important that this is a museum of contemporary art. It's not a historical brick warehouse, but a contemporary art museum. And when you think of that, I thought that it would be better not to carry a very unique image on the logo itself. Well, I was exchanging opinions like that with architect Tane and also with Ms. Miki, Akiko Miki, who is curating the exhibition, and also with Hikotaro Kanehira, who is curating with Ms. Miki. And after all those discussions, I ended up with this logo. それで作ったのがこういう、ロゴになります。で、And this, which looks like a long horizontal bar, is the H taken from Hirosaki. It stretches sideways, and this length can be adjusted as much as you like, depending on the length of the character string that comes below. By combining letters under the extendable H, you can create one image regardless of whether it is Japanese, English, or acronyms, even if a new line is started. So whether all the characters are in a single line or whether they are spread over 3 lines, and even if the English part is broken down into many more lines, you can say that it is still a single design. I thought that it would be possible to create a single design in spite of the changing shapes. This is a changeable logo, and in which you can move things around and change combinations in many ways. This kind of symbolic design, which may actually be the opposite of being symbolic, I made this design thinking that maybe I can make use of these features to make something new, and that's how I created this new design. Another characteristic is this. To say that this diagonal sway of the character line slightly tilting upwards, this also fits in 2 lines in width, but actually breaks into 3 lines. So this up and down mobility of the character line is another unique aspect. It's different from making a mark with a distinctive form or making a logo with a very unusual typeface. So I thought that I wanted to bring out the features by the way these letters are arranged. Actually, this building itself is a 2-storied building, and there is a rather impressive staircase that climbs diagonally at the hall on the 1st floor. I imagined the flow of people going up and down the stairs between the first and second floors, and that's how I came up with this kind of arrangement. This time, theme was time, and things like past history, the past to the present, and the future. This sort of chronological time axis was also the theme of the whole project. So this stretch of letters, which kind of resembles a line of musical notes, extends sideways like a time axis. And then I have these vertical lines that splits it up into segments. It's this kind of image I had in mind in making this logo. These are stationary items using the logo, and envelopes and business cards also using the logo, in which case the Japanese and English logo are arranged side by side at the same scale. When these two are lined up, I feel that the idea stands out very clearly. I also made a tote bag, and you can make another tote bag for sale, for example. This is a membership card, and this is a set of invitations at the time of the opening. So all of these were created using the image of the logo. This is the poster that announces the opening. As you can see here, the original plan was to open on April 11th, 2020, but due to the impact from the new coronavirus, the grand opening did not actually take place until July, I recall. Now that being said, the museum will hold an exhibition called Apple Universe from April 10th this year. It's a group exhibition of several people, but the main visual used in the work of the author named Kellis Wynne Evans. This is just a reference image of the past works, but in fact, Kellis Wynne Evans also researched Hirosaki, and I understand he took into consideration the large space of this museum, the spacious atrium, before making a work of light for this museum. This museum emphasizes the particular location as well as the chronology. For example, what they did was to ask a writer for a work that matches the building and the town of Hirosaki. And then they would display the created work at the very museum. That's what they basically did. I'm really looking forward to this work of light by Kellis Wynne Evans, thinking that it will be a very good piece of work in the space of this museum that cannot be seen anywhere else. This year, it seems like the Cherry Blossom Festival is likely to take place, though it was cancelled last year. I think that the cherry blossoms in Hirosaki come out a little later than in Tokyo, around the latter half of April. By all means, if you have a chance, I think everyone should go visit the Hirosaki Museum of Contemporary Art. It's a bit challenging for those of you who are outside of Japan, but if you have a chance to come to Japan in the future, I urge you to go not only to Tokyo, but also to Hirosaki. So this is all from Hattori. Thank you very much.
This work is about Hirosaki Museum of Contemporary Art, a visual identity. I thought that the building itself, the Hirosaki Museum of Contemporary Art, has an architectural story at its core. How to preserve this historical brick structure towards the future is what I feel to be the very subject of this project. While inheriting the histories, new values are sought. And I believe this is the intention behind the VI. In terms of the design, the fact that it is slightly off from the concept of the logo, I believe is the key in making all this extremely appealing. I'm not saying that being out of the line is bad. Regardless whether it is a logo or not, the strength of the graphics is outstanding and draws more attention. At the judges' meetings, my attentions were literally drawn onto this design. I didn't think that it was a logo. Rather, I felt that this was a graphic. Of course, it is definitely serving its purpose as VI, and I think that that is why it makes it so attractive. The Hirosaki Museum of Contemporary Art uses the system of expanding and contracting this H shape, the accompanying rhythm of the moving characters gives us a sense of the flow of time and memory. This is very attractive. The fact that the H expands and contracts is the characteristics of this logo and gives a sense of flow. This also enhances the attractiveness of the architecture itself. I think this is the key point. The structure of this H itself is also architectural. Maybe it's just coincidence, but it truly is. For example, there's shapes that mean H, such as steel or reinforcing bars. There was also a poster which was entered into a different category than the VI. This one was a collaborative work with the photographer with photos piled up and layered. With this, the overview of the museum was presented. This layer was the history of the width extensively. The logo is a layer of width. By confronting the entire memory, confronting the architecture, a property of memory, this logo was beautifully created. I earlier mentioned about words, that the flow evokes a sense of time and memory. But of course, this is a museum. It also evokes a sense of invitation to fine art. This logo is flexible with vitality, and it makes it so outstanding. Congratulations on winning the special prize. Thank you very much for listening to TDC 2021 TDC Day. Thank you very much.